The sea I call life from I small. Before me no struggle, before me no burden, before the world start talking loud in my ears, the sea did a reason with my spirit. Me stand on the shoreline, I watch it long before sunrise, and even now, the sea still whisper my name. Deep call to deep, wave call to soul. And when my son did small, me carry him come and watch the sea beside me, because some lesson can't teach in a classroom. Some wisdom only live in salt water, breeze and tide. When me look upon the sea, when me see abundance, possibility without ending, an horizon when no have no border. The sea show I and I say life bigger than fear. The sea accommodate everything. Ship sail upon it, boat drift across it, people swim in it, dreams travel through it, but everybody have to come out eventually. And that I want deep teaching. People are gonna come in your life and people are gonna leave. No force the tide to stay. No curse the current when it move. Everything have season. The sea keep the fish and creatures to preserve itself, to clean itself, to maintain the balance. So too, I and I have to choose wisely who we keep close to the spirit, retain who brings value, retain who brings peace, retain who help cleanse the soul, not poison it. And watch the wave them carefully. Them a go far out, real far, but them always know when to turn back. That a life too. Sometimes you push forward, sometimes you retreat, sometimes you pause upon the shoreline and watch before you move again. The sea kiss the sand gently and then pull back humbly. No noise, no pride, just rhythm, just knowing. The sea teach patience, sea teach timing, teach surrender, teach strength without shouting. The sea is not just water to I and I. The sea is an elder. The sea is a mirror. The sea is memory. And the sea is prophecy. And if you stand long enough with your foot down buried in the sand and the wind talking to you, you are going to realize the sea belongs to everybody, but it speaks differently to each soul. To I and I, the sea is freedom. The sea is meditation. The sea is heritage. And the sea is life itself in abundance.
defending your rights. I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw him stay. Say from him slip up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Evil politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them not ties on him. Them know say that the people rely upon him. You know said them bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey. Rock the all the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm you. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw him stay. How long them a gonna know say that them fire can't cool? How long them a gonna take our people for fool? Nah build no houses, them nah build no school. Think them have the handle but of the most high rule. Them better stop criticizing. Cause what them a do now phase him. You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them are the one right crazy. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw him stay. Say from him step up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Evil politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them not no ties on him. Them know say that the people rely upon him. You know said them bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey. The man hold the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm you. Them fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw him stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw him stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw him stay. Most High Jah, guide us now, yeah. Our people need to see the light. Turn it up right. He will fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw him stay. Say from him slip up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Evil politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them not no ties on him. Them know say that the people rely upon him. You know said them bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey. Rock the all the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm you. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw him stay. How long them a gonna know say that them fire can't cool? How long them a gonna take our people for fool? Nah build no houses, them nah build no school. Think them have the handle but of the most high rule. Them better stop criticizing. Cause what them a do now phase him. You know the man no lazy. for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Say from him, step up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them not no ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him.
10 long years and look how Jamaica stay. No light, no road, no food pan we plate. People are suffer while Andrew a live great. You stand up on the platform, smile wide and proud. I tell we about prosperity, but we can't see it all now. Hurricane come through, I left the people here. 6 months later, them still out there, asleep under the air. Their JLP friends, them build high-rise, road still full of hope. I whose pocket do I feel, while the nation lose its soul. Hospital overflow, picnic can't get bed. School roof a leak, but you want Juliet, well fed. You always have excuse, always pass the blame. Every time something wrong, it never go in your name. Jamaica a drown and you claim you're unclean. Biggest actor in our politics we ever see. Wholeness, time to go. Time to go. The people, we say no. 10 years and we can't take no more, you know you're us. We are not for the door. Wholeness, time to go. Time to go. From Kingston to Negril, the people say so. We tired, we hungry, we done with the show. Wholeness, time to go. Farmer can't afford to plant food, price reach the sky. You bring in the poverty while your own people cry. We born ya, we grow ya, we bleed for this land. But Andrew at the top won't extend the man. You talk about vision, you talk about plan. But 10 years later we still can't understand. Corruption report land and nobody charge. The people pocket small but the scandal them large. Who's crack up parish council bro? Country suffocate and it just more. And when we raise the voice up all we political. But the truth is the truth and the truth is biblical. Police, time to go. Time to go. The people, yes and no. We say no. 10 years and we can't take no more. You know hear us. We are not for the door. Police, time to go. Time to go. From Kingston to Negril, the people say so. We tired, we hungry, we done with the show. Police, our time to go. We no want no hype, we no want no speech. We want action, no, not the lies you preach. Hurricane victims still under tarpaulin. Prime Minister fly gone foreign. Your JLP cabinet full, but the people covered empty. Oh, you live so large when we live in so scanty. Not with fists, not with fire, but we voice them rising higher and higher. From every parish, every yard, every gate, Jamaica speaking and I'm not too late. Time to go, the people. We say no, 10 years and we can't take no more, you know hear us. We are not for the door. Time to go. From Kingston to Negril, the people say so. We tired, we hungry, we done with the show. Oh, yes, our time to go. This one is for every Jamaican. We can't afford feet. We are sleep on cardboard. We are drive on broken road. The people don't forget. The people don't forgive. Enough is enough. Jamaicans will live.
Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. My brothers and sisters, students, welcome to Come Reason with Rattigan on another lovely Wednesday evening. My people, can you hear me? Let me start out with the greetings. Ilian Turner, big up yourself, Ilian. Big up yourself, top of the class. Always first, never last. Big up yourself, big up yourself, big up yourself. Thanks for all you do. We love you. You know that. Yes, indeed. Oh yeah, disclaimer. The views, comments, and those of the guests are theirs and theirs only. It's not necessarily that of the platform host. And another supporter asked me to. It says the views expressed by the guests are their own and do not necessarily affect the views of the host or this platform. So they added another piece to it. All right. ACLB, blessings, blessings. Yeah, Kevin Stew, me know you listen, big up yourself. The people, I big you up to Kevin, because them know say we can't move forward without you. Kevin, where you there? In the right, yes, sir. Miss D, Dorette, big up yourself, Dorette. Hope all is well in your neck of the woods. Thanks for being here. Patel Crookshank. OT. OMG. Patel, big up yourself, sir. Big up yourself. I was talking about you today. Today I was not with OT, somebody else. We'll relay the content of that discussion to you soon. Mr. Lap Scooch himself, Norman Montague, big up yourself, my brother. Big up yourself, big up yourself, big up your nice self. Stay so. All right. Roy A1A, man, one of one. Big up yourself, sir. Oh, hump day. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. G Angel. Big up yourself, G Angel. Big up yourself. Greetings. Marie May, good night to you. Thanks for being here with us. Artnell Muir, up. Way up there. Gene Dobson. Right back at you, Gene. Big up yourself. Yakim Bless Mitchell. Blessings. Thank you for being here. Much appreciated. John Scott. Enough respect, John. Yes, indeed. Big up yourself, John. Devon Fletcher. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Janet Monday. Or Monday. Good night, Janet. Freedom. Big up yourself, big up yourself, big up yourself. One of one, big up yourself, big up yourself. Minerva, love and respect and manners, big up yourself. Sadlin Gale, big up yourself. Good evening, Sadlin. Bless up. Yeah, Artnell, me there. Kevin there too, you know, but you know there. You know, Kevin I prepare for him show tonight, so but him there. Richard Morrison, greetings, welcome. Judith Hibbert, good night and blessings to you as well, my sister. Dan W, top of the evening to everybody, you say? All right back at you. Barbara Giwa, blessings, enough love, enough respect, enough manners. Merle, my girl, greetings, Professor. You say, Audrey, come to the front. Oh, Audrey must come to the front of the class. Oh, thank you so much, Merle. We're going to talk about that. Thank you. And Merle, if you see me, I go through the thing and me not mention it, please drop it on the chat and remind me so I can just give the people them the story behind that comment that was made, the comment that was made to me by Audrey Marks herself. Thanks, Merle. Charmaine, greetings, bless up. One and ready. See him so. Good evening. Inner circle, bless up inner circle. Kokichi Starker, up. Nama Blackwood, good evening. Librance Tucker, good night, Librance. Big up yourself. Joan Allen, good evening, and welcome. Patricia Banton, big up yourself. Good night to you, Patricia. Maylene Thompson, one love, one big heart. That me say, the word is love. Yes, indeed. Michael Morrison, is it bring back is it possible to bring back the Magnitsky? OT, remind me to talk about the Magnitsky and also make a comparison to what Marvin is doing. Thanks for the question, Michael. And if you can remind me at some point during the program, I'll deal with that. And if you don't remember, Michael, I'm sure OT will remind me. Thank you, one of one. Thank you, thank you. Eddie, my brother, big up yourself, straight from Firehouse. Big up yourself, big up yourself. Bambino said me there, yeah. Yes, Bambino. Make with, hey! Look who they are, Ifrey, the man himself. You have to come for the Mr. Cognac thingy. Oh, Mr. Cognac said to tell me hello. Thanks, Jeffrey. Why you ask him, Jeffrey? Why you call him? Why you talk to him? You love get trouble, you know. That's it, OT? Is that it? That's it. Okay. All right, folks, look. Again, thank you for joining me, for joining us, for this brotherhood, sisterhood, where we can meet on a Wednesday and we can just talk about issues. Now, I must apologize for not opening the phone line for the last 2 weeks. Last week, I just got carried away by the subject matter that I completely forgot until, I think it was Elaine or Merle or somebody in the chat say, hey, you know, open the phone line. It was too late. I hope to do so. I will do so tonight, right? That's the first thing. Second thing is, I want to thank you for being here. You made a choice. You didn't have to be here, but you made a choice. And you made a choice for yourselves, and you made a choice for Jamaica. Because what we want to do around here is to share facts. We want to share information so that then you can be the purveyor. You can spread the gospel to people. Not hearsay, not conjecture, not dreams, not belief, facts. So that when you sit down and you start to talk to people, you can point out facts and figures and data and all this to them instead of just saying somebody told you and you believe. And what I'd like you to do, if at all possible, is when I mention something to you, I want you to check it out for yourselves. Because no man is perfect. And I've been wrong many times. And this is the communal or the community university. So even when the provost is wrong, the provost is not above and beyond reproach. The provost can be corrected. The provost must be corrected. So if I say something and it's wrong, please bring it to my attention, because my intent is not to spread innuendos, lies, misinformation. So if I say something that is not correct, I need you to point it out to me. So make me that pledge that we're all in this thing together. We're all learning together. It's just that I do a lot more reading than most of you. And so I bring the fruits of my labor to you. But it's not even my labor, it's our labor. And I want you to question. I want you to fact check the things I say. And where I'm wrong, please bring it to my attention. And where you don't understand, because sometimes, we don't understand and we criticize. Instead of being inquisitive, asking. And the word inquisitive, Jamaica, when we use it in Jamaica, we mean fast. People fast, not people business. But it doesn't only mean that. It means that you're curious. And so if I say something and you don't understand, please ask. Just say to me, hey, what do you mean by this? How does it apply to this situation? I want you to be critical thinkers. I want you to reach and exceed my level of inquiry. I want to get you to the point where I'm learning from you. And some of you may say, well, that's not possible. Yes, it is possible. It is. Because some of the people that I used to admire and say, wow, no, they are admiring me. But they're admiring me because they mentored me. They taught me certain things. And sometimes you can teach people things without directly teaching them. People watch, they admire, and they follow. And sometimes you don't necessarily have to say to somebody, this is how you do it. People watch you. People, depending on the information, we're like sponges. We absorb all of this information. The question is, what do we do with it once we have absorbed it? So, Merlin Fed, big up yourself, Merlin. Yes, OT, as our people join the chat, just fling them up so that we can just big them up, all right? So that's where we are. Thanks for being here. Thanks for the company. And thanks in advance for the conversation. All right. Pamela Okolo, big up yourself, Pam. Karine and Sivia. Karine Arancivia. I hope I pronounced the name Karine properly. I hope I pronounced it properly. I hope I didn't butcher it. All right. Thanks for being here. June Allison, why your background looks like that? What it look like? June, talk to me. Or ask OT. OT will tell you. Just send OT the message. Or, you can send it to OT or Elaine. They will tell you. All right. Here's what happened. I was planning to do a program this Saturday on the Prime Minister and Minister Andrew Wheatley. I was planning to do the same program last week. We have a program on the fertilizer. We have a program on the drill. We have a program on OTPEM that we're supposed to do. I like cats. Big up yourself. All the way from Manila. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, we were supposed to do this program. But Jamaica is the gift that keeps on giving. And when I say Jamaica, I'm talking about the government. And so I have to keep putting these stories on the back burner. Now, this story about the third country national, the deportee program, I knew something was wrong when I first heard it. When I first read the report in the Gleaner, I knew something was wrong. But I thought that the government would be tight-lipped and wouldn't say much, and it would take a while before we would get to the bottom of the story. But this story, it's racing to the bottom faster than I thought. When I say racing to the bottom, meaning as far as we can get, analyze, and disseminate information. And so I can't put it to the side. I was prepared to talk about the Integrity Commission. And we're going to have to, in concert with the Prime Minister and others. But I tell you what, let's do this. Because the Wednesday night program it's not really structured like the Saturday program. So we can talk freely about a whole bunch of things, and we don't really have time constraints. How many of you remember that I said there is a way that you can defeat the ends of justice as far as integrity, as far as the commission is concerned, by what the Prime Minister is doing? How many of you remember that? I don't know how many of you remember that. But you see, the commission itself came out, I think it's this week, and admitted that their hands are tied because of one strategy. One strategy. And that strategy is the court system in Jamaica. And it's sad. It's a disgrace. And here is why. I don't recall, it may very well be there, but I don't recall anything in the Integrity Commission Act of 2017 that prohibits the commission from continuing with an investigation when the subject of that investigation is seeking judicial relief. Meaning, I haven't read anywhere where it stopped them from investigate somebody simply because the person gone to court. I don't recall reading it. But it is a trend. And it's an increasing trend. And it's a trend that if the commission doesn't take stock of what it's doing, it will readily and continually expose itself as a paper tiger. What do I mean by that? When you look at the makeup, the composition of the Integrity Commission, these are people you would call the creme de la creme of our society, top of our society, well educated, well experienced. But I submit to you, my people, that there's one element that's missing, and that is a backbone. They don't have a backbone. They have all the accolades, the educational and the professional accolades that you would want, and more from these people. But in terms of saying, we are going to make a difference because we have the mandate to make a difference, completely missing. Here's my argument, or here's my rationale, my reason for saying that. They investigated the Prime Minister for interfering or influencing contracts to people in his constituency. This was back when he was Minister of Education. I believe there was enough evidence there to prosecute him, but the commission did not prosecute him. And people just keep this in mind. The corruption prosecutor is a part of the commission. It's not a separate entity. Go and read the law. It is a part of the commission. Just like Information and Complaints Division and the Investigation Division, they're all part and parcel of the same entity. So please don't think for a moment that the corruption prosecutor is in the DPP's office. No. No. So they didn't prosecute the Prime Minister there. And we won't go into the reasons why. And then they come around now and they said, look, we're gonna investigate the Prime Minister for illicit enrichment and failure to provide information and providing false information. The same three charges that they leveled against, or they're referring against Minister Wheatley. And what happened? Prime Minister ran to court. And the commission went to FID. Not in that order, but that's what happened. The commission went to FID, Prime Minister went to court. Where is that case right now? Where is the case over at FID? What's the status on that? And I don't want the hearsay thing. Do we know officially? No. With FID, we don't. But the court, do we know? Only thing we know is that there is no scheduled hearing, which means it's just sitting there. It's just sitting there. Everything is in a holding pattern. No flight is taking off. Everything is just sitting on the tarmac. And that's fine with the Prime Minister. We know that his statutory declaration cannot be certified because there are outstanding issues that directly impact the certification of his statutory declarations, all of them going forward. We know that. But do you think he cares about that? No. He's developed a tough exterior for things like these. And he knows going to court is going to prevent the Integrity Commission from moving forward. Why? Not legally. Not legally. Because they don't have a backbone, and now they're saying it's not even policy. It's not written anywhere. They just decided they're not going to do it. So the Prime Minister did that. What happened after? Xavier Main, and remember him? Xavier Main is the junior minister in the Ministry of Finance. He was at one point the junior minister in the Ministry of Education, and he's tied into that scandal with the Tertiary Committee, along with Grace McLean. $120 million gone. And they had to get rid of him. They moved him to the Ministry of Finance, and they didn't have a position for him. He sued. And now he's over at Babsy Grange's entertainment, sports, that ministry. He's over there right now. I mean, I've misspoke when I said he's at the Ministry of Finance. He's not there. He's over in Babsy Grange's ministry. So the Integrity Commission came out, submitted a report that was tabled against him. And what were the charges? The charges were about failing to file. Something to that effect, or failing to file correct information. What did Xavier Main do? His charges were not as serious as the Prime Minister's charges. What did he do? He went straight to court. What's the status of his investigation? What's the status of his court case? We don't know. And now comes along Mr. Wheatley, Minister Wheatley, same charges as the Prime Minister. And what did Minister Wheatley do? He followed the Prime Minister's footsteps. He followed Xavier Main's, Minister Main's footsteps. He went straight to court. And what did the commission say? The commission said, he's in court and therefore we're not going to press the charges. That is a complete betrayal. That is a national disgrace. In addition to saying we're not going to press the charges, the commission itself recently said, we noticed that there's a trend that they're doing this and basically our hands are tied, blah, 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 blah. Doesn't sit well with me because my school of thought says, unless you're prohibited from doing it, do it. Let the court render a decision saying, commission, you have to hold your investigation in abeyance. You have to stop doing what you're doing until we can render a decision here. Let the court stop you. You don't stop yourself. Particularly when there's no law that says you have to stop. Again, I don't recall seeing any law that says once they start the investigation, you must stop. I don't recall seeing that. If somebody knows of that provision in the Integrity Commission Act, please point it out to me so that I can apologize and rethink my position. But my people, never ever discount yourselves. Always bet on you. Let somebody stop you. You should never be an impediment to your progress. You should never intentionally trip yourself. You shouldn't do it. If you trip, it must be accidental. But when you have the integrity, I don't even call them integrity. They themselves call the entity the commission. And those of you who have been here with me, I've shown you where in their writings they refer to themselves as the commission. They have now surrendered. So, the sad news is this. No politician that has been subjected to an investigation by the commission and whose matter has been referred for prosecution has anything to worry about. Nothing to worry about, because all you do, you just go straight to court. You go straight to court. Because what? The commission will do absolutely nothing. They will do nothing. People have been writing to me, and they've shown me excerpts of the annual report, and they've said, no, it's 10 or 11 politicians or house members and one senator and this and that and that. And I say to them, folks, how long have we had this number? And it's not for 1 year, it's over a period of time. And how many of those have been addressed? They tell you. And I have issues with how many of them have been referred for prosecution. I looked at it last night, and it's not adding up. Not the numbers, but the number of people, the reports that have been tabled. Because I think that they're taking way too much time. Watch, next year you'll see, they'll come out and say, oh, now we have 14 politicians. But nobody's asking, why is the number increasing? The number is not actually increasing, you know. The number is not actually increasing. The number is increasing if they say they have 10 this calendar year. They start out with 10 in this year. And then next year they said, and now we start out with 14 and the number is increasing. But if they start out with 10 this year, and next year they say we have 12, but they haven't resolved the 10. It's only 2. So the question should be asked, well, why are you carrying over the 10? What happened to the 10? Why haven't you tabled the 10? What are you doing? What do you require to complete your investigation? How long have you been conducting these investigations? That's another serious question. My people, these are serious matters worth serious consideration, serious discussion. Nobody's asking the commission about these things. They should be asked. And the reason why I'm so passionate, the reason why I'm so inquisitive about this is because of my background. My background, these things just wouldn't happen. And I know some of you are going to say, well, the FBI is a different organization. Yes, it is. But at the end of the day, it is an investigative organization. It doesn't prosecute matters. And the commission, for the most part, is an investigative body. And we have something called file reviews. And we have something called the annual report. And we have something called the performance evaluation. And we have something called the performance improvement plan. And all of those things are there to make sure that things move smoothly. That investigations are conducted in a timely manner. And also focus on how they're conducted. So at every step of the way, you have somebody who's sitting down with the investigator and said, okay, like for example, with the FBI, every 3 months, Every 90 days, you have to sit down with your supervisor and say, oh, and you bring all your cases, your source files, your substantive files. And then you have to fill out one big old document and explain to your supervisor everything that you've done and what you plan to do. And guess what? The supervisor is supposed to go through the files as well with you. Every 90 days. It doesn't matter how many cases you have, every 90 days. And when the supervisor, when he sits with you, he goes over everything. And then, because he's supposed to be an experienced investigator, he's now supposed to tell you what he wants you to do for the next 90 days on all of these cases that you have pending. And you better make sure that whatever he tells you to do over the next 90 days, that if you don't do them, you have a very good excuse. And the way I used to run my shop, I used to tell them, if you think you're not going to get it done within 90 days, you don't wait until the file review to come and tell me that you didn't get it done because of this, and that. You come to me before the file review, before we sit down, and you said, boss, listen, I hate the term, but what they used to call me. They said, boss, listen, I'm waiting on this to come back from the bank. I'm doing this with the prosecutor. I'm working with an investigative agency over here. I'm working with the FBI office overseas. I'm doing this, I'm doing that, and I haven't gotten back. Fine. And if you find that the person is inadequate, the person is not producing, then you put the person on a PIP, a performance improvement plan. And now instead of 90 days, it's like every week you have to come and see me. Because the purpose of it is to improve the person's performance. It's not punishment. It's saying you need some discipline, you need some structure. You can't do it every 90 days. Okay, well, let's do it every week till you get to the point where I'm satisfied that you can do it every 90 days. And then you go back in the regular rotation. And at the end of the year, you have a performance evaluation to say what the person has done over the course of a year. Your perception, and it's not in perception, it's based on facts. It's facts. It's driven by facts. And so the person might get a bad performance evaluation, an okay one, or an outstanding one. I don't know if the commission, if they have these things in place. But I can tell you this, if they did, the output would be greater. Because think about it, folks, Jamaica is a small place now, because we know that the commission is not looking overseas. How do we know that? Because I have information about some of these politicians overseas, and the commission doesn't. They don't look beyond the shores of Jamaica. So whatever you tell them, they just write it down. Remember what the Prime Minister said about ADMAT, and remember what the commission said. They said, the things that we know about ADMAT is what the Prime Minister told us because we didn't look beyond his words. That's what they said. Minister Wheatley, he told them about some things in America. He didn't tell them everything. But they just accept it. Jamaica's a small place. You cannot tell me that it's going to take you 2, 3, 4 years to complete an investigation, to find out what somebody has. Or to find out if somebody filed, they provided false information. It shouldn't take you 4 years. So when you hear me talk about the commission, just bear with me and understand that I come from a different place than most people who would look at the commission, or most people who are looking at the commission. I come from a different place. I come from a place where a premium was placed on discipline to the integrity of an investigation and the prosecution. I come from a place where timelines mean something. I come from a place where there are consequences if you don't follow the rules, the internal rules. I come from a place where some of the brightest people I've ever met. They're there. And mentorship is encouraged and provided. When you come out of the academy and your first office, you're assigned, or someone is assigned to you, and that person is called your training agent. And you shadow that person. For a long time, you shadow that person. And that training agent is an experienced agent. And so they're just mentoring you. They're passing on the wealth of their investigative storage room to you. Because in time to come, you will be required to pass it on to someone. So there's discipline, there's organization, there's structure. Based on the work product I see coming out of the commission, I'm disappointed. Very disappointed. And now to hear them say, if you wanna stymie what we're doing, if you wanna stop what we're doing as a politician, when we submit a report saying that you've done this, and that, just go to court. And then that's it, we're finished. We'll just move on to something else. Now, here's the problem with the court system. I filed for something called I think it's an administrative declaration when I filed against the Honorable Kamina Johnson Smith, my personal favorite. The purpose of that is you get a hearing within a certain time period. I think it's within 60 days or so. You have to get your first hearing. It's in the law. You get your first hearing. And then you go from there. When you file the other thing, which is a judicial review, which requires more scrutiny, hearings, this, that, there is no time limit. It depends on the court. So you know what's going to happen now? Those files get to the Supreme Court. Those petitions, those submissions, they get to the Supreme Court. Who knows when the court is going to listen to those matters? Look at the Paul Buchanan matter with the constituted authority regarding the election in the Prime Minister's constituency. You would think that would be expedited. Because it has to do with elections, it has to do with leadership of the country. And where is that case? Remember, the election was what? September 3rd of last year. And Paul Buchanan timely filed his submissions. And here we are. A few weeks ago, one of the judges said, oh, there's a conflict of interest because I know this gentleman. And she said it on the day of the hearing. And that hearing has been pushed off till the 27th of this month. Who knows what's going to happen? But you see what I'm talking about. Now here's the thing. There is no statute of limitations on corruption in Jamaica. Let me repeat. There is no statute of limitations, meaning that if somebody is charged with some corrupt activity, you can bring that charge 10 years, 20 years from now. There is no defense to that. I mean, you can't raise the defense. When I say no defense, statute of limitations. You can't say, well, you should have brought it within 5 years. The law says 5 years, and it's now year 6. Therefore, it has to be thrown out. There is no law like that. But the person can raise something called abuse of process, which works like the statute of limitations. It's saying you're abusing the process. You've abused the process by failing to prosecute this person within a timely fashion. And so, you know, when you do this, it's a burden to the person. You know, them have to sit around and wait, and evidence gone, and witnesses' memories fade, and you see the problem. And we have an example of this. The Westcon investigation, the first investigation involving the Prime Minister and this and the contracts for the bushing contracts. The people who were involved, you know, the corruption prosecutors said, I have enough evidence, I can prosecute these people. But they would have the defense of abuse of process. That's the commission that said that, you know, the commission's prosecutor. And I said, why are you doing this? Let them raise the defense. She said, there is evidence that they violated the statute. They breached the law. She said that, but she said, but, you know, abuse of process defense, they could raise that. I'm like, no, you don't say that. Let them raise it. Do your job. Prosecute them. Let them raise it. Because guess what? The judge might say, no, I don't think there's any abuse of process here. Because they were saying the thing happened back in, she was saying the thing happened back, I think, 2010 or thereabouts. And it's years later. But it wasn't as if the contractor general, which is the predecessor to the Integrity Commission, it wasn't as if the contractor general or the Integrity Commission knew about it, you know. It was only when investigative journalist Zara Burton broke the case a few years ago. She is responsible for that case coming before the public. And then the commission said, wait a minute, let's look into this. So the commission got the case just right after she spoke. But they decided, the corruption prosecutor, we're not going to prosecute. So people, we're in a difficult position. While we want to applaud the commission for getting these reports, albeit late, while we want to applaud them for getting reports before Parliament, and then we have a problem with the Speaker tabling them as quickly as they come in. They you know, can't ignore that problem. But while we want to applaud them, we have to take a step back and ask the tough questions. Are we getting value for money? Is this the kind of justice you expected when this institution came into being? I can go back and read you the Anti-Corruption Day remarks made by all of those folks in Jamaica. Leader of the opposition, Prime Minister, leader of President of the Senate, this, that. I can read you all of them. Glowing remarks about what they expect and what the commission was doing, only to find out that the commission wasn't doing much. And I challenge anyone, and we can go through the annual reports, we can go through the reports that have been tabled, we can go through the declinations to prosecute, we can go through all of that, and I will prove to you, because here's what I will do. I will tell you what an investigative body of this caliber is supposed to do. I will point it out to you based on my experience, not somebody else's experience or from some book. My experience. And in no time, you'll fully appreciate what I'm saying to you. That the commission established by the Integrity Commission Act of 2017 is not worth the word integrity in front of commission. Not at this point. They should simply be called the commission. Because my experience, my knowledge, my education, they all tell me that there's nothing of an integrity nature that they're doing right now. Or very little, I should say. You don't want to use absolute terms. When you sit back and you say, well, there's a problem here, we can't go any further because the person is in court. And there's no court order saying that you must stop your investigation. And there's no law that says you must stop your investigation. Then I have a problem. And if that's the case, you always have to make the B argument. If that's the case, that they're prohibited, then why haven't they spoken out about this? Why haven't they said we are constrained by a restriction in the law that says we can't proceed if there's a pending court action? And that is unfair because it means that it's going to sit in court for years unresolved. Why haven't they come out and said something about that? There's no prohibition against them speaking out in that fashion. They may have interpreted a section of the law to say that they can't talk about an investigation before it's tabled. But they certainly can't come and say, well, then we can't speak at all. So that's where we are with the Integrity Commission or the Commission. And folks, if you wanna, we're going to open the line. If you want to talk to me about the Commission, I'm perfectly willing to talk to you about the Commission because that act, the Integrity Commission Act of 2017, I know it fairly well. I'm not going to tell you I'm an expert on it, but I know it fairly well. Just like the standing orders, I know it fairly well. I'm not an expert. And here's another thing. You know what they refer to? One of the things that the Integrity Commission Act of 2017, you know what it refers to? It refers to something called the Official Secrets Act, saying that that's one of the gag provisions, saying that people can't talk about information. They can't share certain types of information having to do with the commission, having to do with confidential information, etc. Do you know that the Official Secrets Act is not a Jamaican law? How many of you knew this? They're saying you cannot talk about certain things. Otherwise, you'd be in violation of the Official Secrets Act. The Official Secrets Act is a British law. It's not a Jamaican law. So when they come and they tell you that we're an independent nation and we're an independent country, sovereign nation, run them way. Run them way. How can you be independent and sovereign and yet still when you talk about the integrity of information in your government, your country, you have to refer to a law in another person's country? How does that make sense? At the very least, they should have just said, all right, you know what, we're going to write our own official, call it the Jamaican Official Secrets Act, and then copy the thing and then pass it in a parliament and say, this is ours. But they refer you to the English law. People, these are things that we need to know and need to talk about. And like I said, if I defy anyone to tell me that what I'm saying is not true. And that's why I want to love that program there, That's why I want to love that program, because we don't come and just say, Brr! We come and we talk truth, and we show you. It's just because me don't want to go by us, so now I'm going at this thing. Wait, hold on a second. I want to see the no. Sister there. OT. No. So that is why I love. That's why I love that program, yeah, because I know say the provost are gonna dig deep and go into the find the information for you and provide it to you so that you are empowered to go out and have conversations with all of them, including the ones who want to spread lies. And you can say to them, say, this is it. D. Marie have a question. Where's the question? Where's the question? Me no see. Put OT, please put up D. Marie question. Yeah, so that's why I'm doing this, people. And I'm doing this because of the love for my people. And somebody asked me about the background. Now do it for sure, make them understand, say, it no matter where you come from, you know, it's your ambition. It no matter where you come from, don't let your circumstances or your the initial circumstances dictate who you will be. Oh, Pam, right? You need a question about the Jamaica consulate. All right, Pam, we are going to open up the phone line later. Explain what? Explain. D. Marie say explain, please, because you're sounding like Cliff Hughes. Me don't know explain what. You have to tell me if you explain. So yeah, don't let where you come from. Don't let people validate you based on where you come from or invalidate you based on where you come from. You are the captain of your ship. You're the master of your fate. Never discount yourself. Never. And Merle is so correct. When we ask questions, more often than not, we know the answers. We know full runs and run up in our wall. When we are going to ask a question, we already know the answer. And the point I was getting to is that I am doing this because I love for my people and I want to see you thrive and succeed. I want you to have an understanding of what's going on in our country so that you will be an informed citizen. That's why I'm doing it. I'm not doing it for money. You know, Ambassador Audrey Marks said what? She was offered a job, I think it's in the United States, for $2 million US. We don't believe that. Okay, D. Marie said, explain taking the integrity from because they're lacking investigators and being underfunded. D. Marie, let me ask you this question. You think if I'm me, did the integrity commission, and I use integrity in a quotation mark, you think if I'm me, did you'd ask a question, yeah? About lacking in investigators and being underfunded. You think about it. I think you know me well enough, D. Marie. You think that this question would come up if me did it? Ask yourself another question. You think this question would have come up if you have experienced people there? The whole of them have a mouth. Them have this, them can't talk. Them can't talk. How often you hear them come out and say, we don't have enough investigators and we're underfunded? How many times have you heard them say that? Now keep in mind, I'm not saying that they're not underfunded and I'm not saying that they don't have enough investigators. I'm asking the question, how many times have you heard them come out and say it? We are saying, the squeaky wheel, I hit get the grease. The wheel when I squeak, you know, pay attention to it. How many times have you, D. Marie, since you asked the question, how many times have you heard the commission come out and say, we are underfunded and we're undermanned? How many times? I suspect you're going to tell me that you have never heard them come out and say it. I strongly suspect that. Because DeMarie, this takes leadership. And you know what happens? You see when you're performing a task and people know that you don't know what you're doing, them can give you any answer, treat you any old way. When people know what you're doing, it's different. It's different. I've looked at investigations conducted by the commission, and I can tell you that they're woefully inadequate for the most part. I've seen flashes of brilliance over there. Yes, I must admit it. I've seen where the person doing the investigation, you could say, okay, I see where they're going with this. And they, every now and again, you see a novel idea being explored. But by and large, no, that's not quite true, OT. Because if you recall, for submitting false information, Dalrymple. For failing to file, Leslie Campbell. Or failing to provide information. Jamaica's there. Hold on a little bit, my nephew. Let me just stand up on the soapbox a little bit longer. So, let's go back to Audrey Marks now and the 2 million. People, my people, $2 million US, 2025, or maybe 2024. Ambassador Audrey Marks said she was offered $2 million annually, every year, $2 million. Not even Nigel, as brilliant as Nigel Clark is, team salary a little less than $500,000 US. And Ambassador Audrey Marks, with the greatest respect, she has not proven herself to be worthy of even serving a constituency. And she will come tell you this. No, I'm not supposed to, when she tell you this, no, I'm not supposed to suck it up. I'm not supposed to just say, whoa, she give up $2 million for come provide a service to us. Wow. I don't know, wow. If you don't believe that, and listen, I'm not saying it's not true, I'm just saying I don't believe it. Oh, my son. Oh, my son, the people. I'm not saying it's not true. It's just that I don't believe it. $2 million US a year. So why she never take it? Why she give up $2 million US a year for come work as hard as she says she's working now for $100 and something thousand? Why? Something wrong with her head? Something wrong with her head. We're going to play the video, you know. But not only that. Let me just say before we bring on Jamaics that this. Let me just say this. Ambassador Audrey Marks is not talented. Ambassador Audrey Marks is not wise. Based on her performance, I would say Ambassador Audrey Marks is not intelligent. Ambassador Audrey Marks is connected. She's one of the 4 or 5 women who supported this prime minister when he was having his difficulties with Audley Shaw in their contest for leadership of the party. She has been rewarded. That's what you call loyalty. That's not meritocracy. And you hear them say all the time, we want to be like Singapore. Yeah. Singapore's leadership is based on meritocracy. You hear them say it all the time. We don't care who you are, who your parents are, where you go to school. As long as you can prove that you're up to snuff, that you can do the work, you're the best for the job, we're going to give it to you. That is my take on Audrey Marks. And let me just say something quickly. To you. We don't have Simuka for real. You're going to hear something. But thanks for bringing that up. We don't have an ambassador, a Jamaican ambassador to the United States presently. We don't. They're considering some candidates. I have been told by my sources inside the Prime Minister's office that they were looking at 3 candidates. 3. One of them is former PNP MP. What's your name? Miss World, Miss Universe. Help me out, the people. What's your name, OT? Lisa. Yeah, Lisa Hanna. I've heard that she's one. Don't be shocked when I tell you who is also, or who was submitted for consideration. Rattigan. Please don't laugh. But I heard that there are people in the administration who believe in the principles I stand for. And given my background and experience in the diplomatic world, it was felt that I would be an asset to the Jamaican government and to the Jamaican people. So my name was submitted for consideration. I don't think it will get a lot of consideration. Freedom said that will never. And the third name, no, you won't be laughing. You're going to go, huh? Third name. Take a guess, people. Let me see. Take a guess. Go on a little bit for me, take a guess. Wanna guess it? No, not ISAT. Former DP Paula Llewellyn. Yes. 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 No, Murray, them not give me, you know. Them not give me. Nah, give me. But that's it. That's what sources in the Prime Minister's office are telling me, that they're looking to put former DPP Paula Llewellyn in Washington. So we will watch, we will wait, and we will talk. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I never want to go in my thing because we're going to show you, say, Paula Llewellyn, not Paula Llewellyn, we're going to show you, say, Audrey Marks. Audrey Marks is, if there is, I thought Chang was probably the worst, and Chang and Minister Chang and Minister Tufton. But I'm telling you, Audrey Marks is the worst in terms of a square peg trying to fit in a round hole. The more she talks, the more we realize that she's disingenuous. The more we realize that she you see what happened is that And let me just give her a piece of advice right now, because she said enough. Minister Marks, please don't go on any program and say anything more. Mum's the word from this point going forward, because you've spoken on nationwide radio. You have spoken at a Terra Nova at some workshop training conference. And then you spoke this week at JIS. And when we look at your 3 speeches, it's like you said 3 different things. And your very last one, the one that you did with JIS, with Giovanni, I've spoken to people all over the globe, Jamaicans all over, calling me, asking me about my impressions of it. And it was so unprofessional. And I've said it, you're a rank amateur. You're a rank amateur. You sat there and wear jeans. You are this minister. In fact, the way the Prime Minister has promoted you, and everybody has promoted you, you carry more prestige, more influence, more responsibility than the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, my minister, Kamina Johnson-Smith. Kamina Johnson-Smith would know. I know when Minister Johnson-Smith go home, she dead with laugh. And she'll shake her head and say, why they make Audrey go out there go talk? Because you're not a good communicator. You don't have control of the facts. Frankly speaking, you have no idea what you're talking about, because you start your definition of TCN, then you start say it's not TCN, then you start say it is the structured migration thing. I've listened to you carefully and I've done the research. You have no idea what you're talking about. So then I was thinking, is it because she wear pampas and she talk to people while wear suit? Is it that? Is it because her intelligence level in terms of knowledge of the subject matter is way below the people that she's engaging with? Is it that? So we could have said, well, then she just dunce. She just not, she just ignorant. She just doesn't know. Is it that? Or is it that you knew what you were getting into, and now that the story has leaked before you could have tied up the deal, you had to come up with an excuse? And that's how we get with the structured migration and the 10,000 and all of that. But I am here to tell you, my people, I am here to tell all of you, and I'm here to show you. You have to tune in Saturday. I have the documents and I'm going to show you Saturday. I am here to show you that it is only one dege program that the government was talking about. One. It's the TCN. Third Country National, them call it in America the Third Country Deportation Program. It's one program. And then she come with her whole bunch of nonsense. She even confused herself. Then I see where she demitted office on the 13th of March, 2025. And on the 14th of March, she left Washington the 13th of March, you know. And on the 14th of March, she's sworn in the Senate in Jamaica. And then Minister Marks come and say, well, I left America in April. I was working on the structured migration thing, and we had meetings, and so I left in April. How the hell you left in April? You the America discussed thing, and you demit office March 13th. The moment you demit office, you have no official standing in America as ambassador. You can't talk to nobody. You have to go home. The moment you demit office, you cannot represent Jamaica as an ambassador. And yes, still she said she left here in April, but we find her the 14th of March in Jamaica. We're going to show you all of them lies there, you know. We're going to show you, say she talk about a meeting, you know. We're not people who have to pay attention. We're going to show you, say, Audrey Marks, Minister Audrey Marks, had a meeting in December. Mr. Audrey Marks left in March of last year. And in December, she had a meeting in Jamaica with some people. And then she claims that the embassy send something in January, and then she had a meeting in March. So she had a meeting in December, she had a meeting in March. Audrey Marks just revealed that she had another meeting in February of this year. Nobody know hear about that meeting there. Nobody know hear about that meeting there. Meeting with the Americans. Nobody hear about it. So we need to know, what was this meeting about? Who did she meet with? What was the resolution? Where did this meeting take? We need to know all of these things. We need to know all these things. 1 minute here she says the TCN program she'd have talked to them about. Then the next minute is the structured migration program. And then she has said, oh, we want skilled workers to come to Jamaica. Skilled workers who are being deported. Them want skilled workers. You take and you will look how much skilled professionals that come out of them two institutions and other institutions in Jamaica. Where them going to get work? You're going to leave them, but you're going to bring people who have the same qualification to Jamaica. Moreover, we always say, we want the diaspora to help with nation building. Why we not advertise it in the diaspora and say, we're looking for Jamaicans to come home because we need skilled workers? Why we not do that? Why we not going to make, we not going to negotiate with America to take deportees? And by the way, we not get to pick the deportees them we want, you know. And this idea when I said these people are coming and they're clean, they were not taking people who are criminals. Let me ask you something, Mr. Prime Minister, Minister Dana Morris Dixon, Minister Kamina Johnson Smith, Minister Pernell Charles Jr., Minister Audrey Marks, Minister Horace Chang. Let me ask all of you a question. Somebody is a serial murderer in his country. Him try cross the border, them hold on upon him. There are no traces. The person said, America said, we're sending you home. No, I can't go and further persecution. I said, well, we're not going to let you file for asylum. That person is sent to Jamaica. Guess what? That person comes to Jamaica clean as a newborn baby. Jamaica doesn't have the resource to do international traces on this person. The Americans have not done traces on this person because all they want is just get rid of the person. Now that serial killer is in Jamaica. Now, Mr. Prime Minister, tell me now, how you are going to know? How you are going to know? Furthermore, you remember the Jamaican, with them saying go Eswatini, formerly known as Swaziland, a landlocked country in South Africa. And remember? And the man was sent from Eswatini to Jamaica. And remember which program sent him there? The same program where I send people come Jamaica. And you remember what them say? Them indicate that them talk to Jamaica about this man and Jamaica never do anything about it. And then what? Minister Kamina Johnson Smith had to say that we never have no conversations with anybody about this man. We never know them as send him go Eswatini. So if them can do that, what else they won't do? Because remember, the whole idea of this immigration thing is to get rid of people that they consider the worst of the worst, vile, despicable, to get because they view them as a security issue. So Saturday, what we are going to do? We are going to show on Saturday. We are going to show you the genesis of this program. We're going to go deep. We're going to show you, say, we're going to do something where nobody else not doing. Nobody else doing this, what we are doing. Not even the journalists them in Jamaica. And as somebody pointed out to me, there's a difference between a journalist and a reporter. We are going to do things where nobody not do. We are going to go deep and we are going to bring you. If you want to get in somebody's head and you don't have the person in front of you that you can ask questions, look at the person's writings, look at the person's and listen to the speeches. That is exactly what we're going to do. And we're going to show you the philosophy and the politics of illegal immigration in America. And when we explain that to you, you will understand that what Minister Marks and the rest of them are telling you 100% unadulterated manure. You are going to understand that. Whether you want to or not, this evidence going to lick you like a ton of, it might knock you out. Maybe that's the only way you don't understand, when the evidence lick you and knock you out. But you're going to understand that what these people, meaning the Jamaican government, what they're doing to you, Jamaica, is lying to you. So either they're lying to you or they're just blindingly stupid. You're going to find out who your representatives are, whether they're stupid or they're liars. Either way, it doesn't help your interest. So listen, without further ado, let me say this. I listened to Ms. Marks' comments and interviews. At no time did say, as ambassador, she proposed to help Jamaicans in the U.S. being deported. Well, there you go. There you go. But this is the thing is, people, what's going on now is people don't have a command or control of the facts. They're hearing things and their gut is telling them that they're bringing people here. You know what? Here's the reason. Let me just play some, bring on Jamaics. This is the reason why this thing right now is a problem to us. I think it is one of the reasons, probably not the main reason, definitely not the only reason, but this is a consideration as to what's going on, why we're so uptight about the whole thing, because we don't know this. Listen to this.
Ability to see or not see an immigrant changes dramatically with your standard of living and how things are going.
Mm-hmm.
I think people really take that for granted.
Yeah.
When you're doing well, when your economy is doing well, when things around you are doing well, you'll be shocked at how you don't notice immigrants. They're sort of silently existing in your world because things are going well, because you don't see them. You don't notice the guy at the corner shop has an accent in that way when you've got enough money and the prices are affordable and your wages have kept up.
Yeah.
You don't notice the immigrant in the hospital bed next to you when you're also getting care. You don't notice. But a system that is failing its people is inevitably going to have its people notice the people who are not, quote unquote, its people. Because they're like, wait, I don't understand. You're saying we don't even have enough for us.
Yeah.
Then why do we have enough for them? And I think of it genuinely through like the most personal lens. When we had food in my house, and my mom was always like, please go give those street kids this food, give that homeless guy this, give that. She did that her whole life. She still does that, right? I remember in my life when we were doing well in the house, like when we had a full fridge, I never noticed it. I would run over giddy to that guy and I'd give him bread and stew and some money. I didn't notice it. It's when my mom opened her purse when it was empty, took out her last 10 Rand note and said, go give it to that guy. And I was like, this woman has lost her goddamn mind. Genuinely.
Yeah.
I mean, I still think she's amazing for like doing that, but I won't lie to you, as a kid, I was like, nah, lady. I was like, that guy there, he should not be getting our money in any way, shape, but we have nothing.
Yeah.
And then she was like, no, you think we have nothing. We don't have nothing yet. He has nothing. We're just doing badly right now.
So you understand what I'm saying, folks. Jamaica is failing its people. And if you disbelieve me, we can talk about the economy and this and that, and we go island-wide. But let's talk about the people in St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland, Hanover, St. James, Trelawney. Those people are still suffering from Melissa. Still. And now we hear that you're bringing people to Jamaica, and these people, they're going to be fed, housed, them have pocket money. We hear that they will be financed, or their stay in Jamaica will be financed by the International Organization of Migration, as well as the United States government. But here's what we also heard, that when, not if, when they file to stay in Jamaica, asylum, when they file for asylum, if their case is rejected, It is you, the people of St. Elizabeth, Hanover, Westmoreland, St. James, Trelawney. You, along with the others, will be footing the bill to move these people out and send them to a third country. And guess what? You're going to have to pay a third country to accept them. Because that's what the US is doing. It's paying third countries to take people that it doesn't want. That's why this issue should be front and center. At least one of the reasons why it should be front and center, because there's no free lunch here. We're going to have to pay a price. Whether it's financial or some other way, we are going to pay a price. And the question inevitably is this: what is the benefit to Jamaica? The government hasn't said a word. All of the interviews they've done, tell me one time where they said specifically, my fellow Jamaicans, here is how we benefit from being a part of this program. We're getting aid, we're getting money, we're getting food, we're getting doctors, we're getting this, they haven't said anything. They haven't said anything. So they think they can just do whatever they want to do and we will accept. And you know why? You know why? You know why they're doing it. Because of this.
Oh my God.
Dark and they're stupid. They are dunce.
Oh
They
my
are
God.
dark and they're stupid. They are dunce.
Oh
They
my
are
God.
dark and they're stupid.
That's why they believe us to be dunce, dark like midnight, and ridiculously stupid. That's why. That's why they know that you're not informed. Or they were betting that you wouldn't be informed. And so they can do whatever they want to do. And then you just accept it. Then they come and smile and say, hey, we did this, blah, 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 blah. It's good for you. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I bring on my nephew, Jamikes. Welcome.
Greetings, Uncle, and greetings to all. I trust that we're doing well. It's always a great pleasure to come back and speak to family members. But how you do?
All right, man. Good like gold. On top of the world.
Yes, man. And again, we have to tune into university. And if when we're not there on screen, we're there, I watch and I learn, I have a notebook. Because this is empowerment, man. I swear. So again, I greet all the family members well. And I just felt compelled to say this, that a story that I remember, that a farmer found an eagle's egg and put it in a fowl coop, and that eagle grew up with those chickens, right? And while the eagle grew up with those chickens, it run around in the dirt and scratching for corns and stuff like the chickens do. Then one day he saw a shadow of a majestic being just gliding across the air. And he said to one of the older chicken, what is that? And the chicken says, you know, that is an eagle, the king of the skies, but we are chicken and we belong to the ground. And that eagle lived and died a chicken, never knew how powerful he is. So I just want to remind Jamaican people, through information, we're empowered to do and create changes. And never forget that. And whilst we're in America, Canada, all over the diaspora, do remember, we are Africans, we are Jamaicans, and we are one. What is currently happening to the Jamaican people when we look at deportees coming into our country? We don't have to ask anymore, I guess, around that our government is lying to us. They're liars. And we're blessed to be in a time when we can compare and contrast information. It is sad that we cannot trust the media houses in our country. And we look at even the Observer is owned by a prominent business company in Jamaica, Sanders International, right? They own the Observer, and we see the lies that are telling inside our country. It is important that we have the spirit of discernment. We seek information that is factual and that we can share this information among our brothers and sisters, among our family. That is the only thing that will save us from what we're in. Very concerning that in Jamaica, at any given time, we see new faces, and potentially we can see our kids missing. We can see things happening and don't know what's happening around us. Because when we listen and we hear from the mouth of the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, that they're shipping out of their country the worst type of human beings, pedophile, rapists, criminals. Not my words, but words that are out there where everybody can go and listen to. So I want to tell Miss Audrey Marks that it is no vlogger, it is no YouTuber, it is no TikToker words. Don't try to muddy the water and confuse Jamaican people. Not all of us are saying 1 p.m. Not all of us just go to school and eat the bulla and didn't know that it wasn't our name that is on it. Sorry.
1 second. You mentioned Marco Rubio. I just need for people who haven't seen the video to listen to this.
From third countries. So we are acting, not just El Salvador, we are working with other countries to say, we want to send you some of the most despicable human beings to your countries. Will you do that as a favor to us? And the further away from America, the better, so they can't come back across the border. I'm not apologetic about it. We are doing that. The president was elected to keep America safe and to get rid of a bunch of perverts and pedophiles and child rapists out of our country.
That's one. Here's the second one.
Securing our border is dealing with the people that are in this country unlawfully, many of whom do not want to go back to the country that they originally came from for a variety of reasons. Either we can't send them there or some judge ties us up. And one of the key things we have achieved is now 20 countries have signed third country national agreements, meaning these are safe countries where individuals who refuse to go back to their country of origin can be sent to that country instead. We've gotten 20 countries now around the world who have signed agreements that allow us to deport people to those places.
Just remove that. Finish your mics, because there's a video I want to play. There's a video I'd like to play. But I need you to finish up your point first.
No, for tonight, I'm just killing an half an hour because the conversation is necessary to have, right? So I will pause and let you play the video, and then we speak on it.
All right, people, those of you who haven't seen this video, and I know Jamaica is pressed for time, but we understand, nephew, and if you have to leave, and then we know you'll return. I think this is it. Hold on.
Hello and welcome to another ministerial update here on the JIS. Today we're speaking with Ambassador Audrey Marks. She is the Minister with responsibility for efficiency, innovation and digital transformation in the Office of the Prime Minister. Recent media reports have suggested that she made a proposal to the U.S. government about a third country national program, which is the subject of a memorandum of understanding with the U.S. government. She joins us now to answer some of the concerns raised in the public domain. Ambassador Marks, thank you for joining us.
First thing, people, want to see what me say? Look on a picture there. She's a minister. She carries the title ambassador she will carry it for the rest of her life. She's under fire. She's under fire because of mainstream media, social media, the court of public opinion, and even within her own circle, her own party. She's under fire. Look at her approach. She comes sit down there in her jeans. Look how she dressed. But my people always admire her as a fashion plate. Look how she dressed. Look in her lap. Look at this. This is not a good look, people. It's not a good look. She come now for defend herself, you know. If I was advising her, I'd say to her, you sit behind the desk, right? Make them see in your jacket and look official. And you have the papers them strategically placed if you have to reach for them. But look how she sit down right this up. Like she sell something, she sell whatever she look how she look. This is not a good look. Not a good look. Right? But you can tell so this woman can't take pressure, you know, because you can see the pressure wear her out. You can see it. But wait till Saturday, you know, we'll see what happens. But check this out. Check out the nonsense.
Firstly, why have you decided to speak out on this issue?
Well, as you know, and I've been hearing that I've not addressed this matter earlier, how the government works is that the line ministers and the information minister would respond to issues of national importance. So if you notice, it would have been the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Them no say nothing. We haven't heard from Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith, so why the hell are we hearing from you? She just said, so you would hear from the line ministers. And you would have heard from, we don't hear from Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith, so why we are here from Audrey Marks?
The Ministry of National Security and Peace and the Minister of National Security and Peace and the Information Minister. They would deal with any matter of national importance in addressing the nation. And that's the process that started and got to a certain point.
Ambassador Marks, you didn't mention Minister of Labor and Social Security, Pernell Charles. You're talking about structured migration program bringing workers to work in Jamaica. The Ministry of Labor would be involved. You don't mention him.
I was away last week, but when I came back, I realized that the country was being flooded with misinformation. And a lot of it was centered on a misunderstanding, where it was being said that I made a proposal for 10,000 criminals to come into Jamaica. So it was very important for me to start speaking about it and clarify exactly what the MOU is about and what my proposal is about.
I mean, you just mentioned it just now that you've seen and you've been reading some of the comments online. What would you say is the biggest misunderstanding that you don't want the public to get the truth to?
The biggest misunderstanding is that we have signed a MOU that allows criminals, rapists, murderers to come into the country. Now, a popular video going around speaks about Secretary Rubio saying they are going to send third country nationals with criminal records.
Well, just in case you never hear Ambassador Mark, just in case you never hear Minister Rubio, Sita.
For other countries to take people from third countries. So we are active, not just El Salvador, we are working with other countries to say, we want to send you some of the most despicable human beings to your countries. Will you do that as a favor to us? And the further away from America, the better, so they can't come back across the border. I'm not apologetic about it. We are doing that. The president was elected to keep America safe and to get rid of a bunch of perverts and pedophiles and child rapists out of our country.
I know you're going back to pay. I know you're going back to play.
Rapists and murderers, etc., to other countries.
Yeah.
I know you're going back to play. Apart from our horrible posture, apart from, I know I've worked as a professional for over a decade, right? I know people that speak well and they are very much incompetent. And this is what we have here. And she talks about the MOU. Yeah, we know what a memorandum of understanding is, but what we don't know is what is in that memorandum of understanding. Jamaican people can read. Mr. Rattigan is right here, ready to break it down for the Jamaican people to understand. So if you do believe that it is for good faith for the world and Jamaica, even though that doesn't make any sense. Release the document, let us read it. We don't want to hear your words, we want to read because we can read.
Well said, well said, well said.
And that is the video that seemed to be driving the narrative. But this entire conversation started on June 16th, I believe, when the Gleaner published an article that said Jamaica had signed the third country nationals MOU with the United States. The MOU was leaked to the Gleaner, so it detailed all the information in the MOU. They could have just as well just print the MOU. The information that is in the MOU and what was printed in the Gleaner spoke specifically of Jamaica not admitting serious criminals. So let me now go to what was printed in the Gleaner and is actually what was agreed by the government of Jamaica. So it is in the public domain. It says, the transfer of TCNs, third country nationals, will be suspended if more than 10 persons apply to remain in Jamaica. The MOU speaks to the USA providing biological, medical, and criminal documentation to the extent available, and also that Jamaica will evaluate each TCN prior to a decision to transfer that individual through Jamaica. It also specifically states that Jamaica will limit any transfer to only adults who have not been convicted of serious criminal offenses. And it says serious because they would have a criminal offense already. That is immigration violation. And many of us, we know many relatives who went to the USA, run off or overstay. If they are caught, that's a criminal violation in terms of immigration violation. But serious criminal violations would be like rapes, murders, all the things that government is being accused of allowing into the country. That is.
Let me stop Minister Marks here. Minister Marks, you served in the United States and you should have familiarized yourself with the criminal justice system. If you did, you would have come to the realization that many criminals walk free in America because of lack of evidence or some other technical reason. Violation of Fourth Amendment, illegal search and seizure. The person did it, but because of some technical violation, the case had to be dismissed. Now, that person is not a criminal convict. Person was arrested. Person wasn't convicted. Now, the question I have to ask you is this. Would you accept somebody like that in Jamaica? Somebody that evidence clearly shows that the person did it, but because there was a technical violation, they suppressed the evidence at trial, and so the case was dismissed. Would you take that person if the person, a serial killer, rapist, a pedophile, would you take that person? That's what I'm telling you, these people, they don't know what the hell they're doing. They don't know what they're doing. She's saying, well, we're not going to take anybody's convicted of a serious crime. But there are people who have not been convicted, but they committed the crime.
I would argue that she knows what she is doing right here. I just believe she's callous, right? And the Jamaican people, again, they feel like they need to come and read to the people of Jamaica. While she read, I'm looking at the ball booming across the screen. We don't want that. The Jamaican people have surpassed that. Please release the document. We don't want to hear what you have to say. We don't trust you. That's it.
And you know what? Let me just say something. Merle reminded me. This lady, the ambassador, Audrey Marks, when she was serving as the ambassador, Jamaican ambassador to the United States, she had a program called Connect Something, where she would if there was a minister in the United States, she would have like a town hall meeting where people could actually, the person would give a little speech and she would open it up for questions. No, they didn't want me to ask questions for obvious reasons, and they didn't want a dear friend of mine, my brother Jeffrey Tavares, to ask questions as well. And I remember one time she picked on me to ask a question. I was shocked, and she prefaced it by saying, Mr. Rattigan, be on your best behavior. That's what she said. People watched it, people remembered. And I'm always on my best behavior, but I had to use extra caution because it's her program. And I said, I don't want her to stop me in the middle of asking the question and then kick me off. In fact, I don't even think I'd asked a question that night. I think I shocked them. I said, no, I don't have any question. Because she called on me and I didn't raise my hand. But this is my program. And I'm on my best behavior. And so, Madam Ambassador, karma is a hell of a thing. Karma is a hell of a thing. Like my mother used to say, God is able, he's not disabled. And see him bring you right round. Yes, sir. When no, we can ask you the questions. And you dare not show up on the program and answer them. You dare not. Mr. Fair. If you name where you name and you so confident in the information where you have, forget about JIS and them people and come over here. Because you know why, Ambassador Marks? With this situation where it involves nuances of diplomacy and diplomatic protocols, Giovanni can't ask you the right questions because Giovanni don't know what it's like to be a diplomat. He can ask you some questions, but the questions that me I go ask you, Giovanni can't ask you because Giovanni don't know. The questions that me I go ask you, the people over nationwide and elsewhere in Jamaica, them don't know if I ask you. Them don't know if I ask you because they have never been in that position and they don't understand the nuances of being a minister versus an ambassador. Because you started out on this journey, this TCN journey, as an ambassador. That's what you said. Now you're a minister and you're continuing with it. So me have some serious questions to ask you. They can't ask you because they don't know. So I'm saying to you, if you would like a comprehensive discussion so that all Jamaicans can fully appreciate what you were trying to do and what you have done and what you plan to do, come over here. I know that you have people watching the program, and for all intents and purposes, you might be watching it right now too. Make up your mind, swallow your spit, suppress your fears, and call me. Call producer June or call producer OT and say, tell Mr. Rattigan, say, I'm ready. And come, make we have a discussion. Come make we have a discussion. Because if you know you're not come anyway, but if you think that you have a serious time now and Giovanni ask you some softball questions, not because Giovanni is not a bright person, people, don't get me wrong. It's just that Giovanni has never been a diplomat. So the questions when we go ask her, we're going to ask her from that perspective. Him can't ask her, because him don't know. Make up your mind, Ambassador. Come over here.
Specifically non-negotiable in the MOU. It also says that Jamaica retains full discretion to decline to accept any individual for any reason, including health and for security purposes or any other basis. And it goes on to say other things. But it's important to note that this information is in the public domain. This was in the first article published by the Gleaner. Yet, because this was an orchestrated misinformation plan, the very same day and in the continuing days, what we have seen pushed from various bloggers, YouTubers, all kinds of persons, third country nationals MOU with the United States to take criminals into Jamaica. That is not so. And that's the first thing we must clarify and put an end to.
You've said, though, that you did in fact make a proposal to the US government about a skills program. That has now been conflated with this third country national program. Let's start with your proposal. How did that come about?
Back in 2024, when the Republican Party, President Trump, when he was campaigning and they're having their convention, they put a major focus on the migration policy in the United States. And they committed that there will be a drastic change. This was concretized later on in the America First policy document. And when you read that, it clearly shows that there will be mass deportations. In fact, not even a person whose parents born in another country and the child is born in the United States, even that would be questioned. So it's a massive relook, a significant and material relook at America's migrant policy and immigration policy, so to speak. So in my role as ambassador.
Before you say anything, Jamal, let me just say that the Prime Minister and those responsible for parading this lady in front of the camera, they're wicked people. They're wicked. Look what they're doing to Ambassador Audrey Marks, the highly regarded Ambassador Audrey Marks. They're wicked. The woman can't put two sentences together. The woman can't formulate her ideas so that people can understand what she's saying. And I'm not sure if she's doing this by design, if she's doing this purposely, or she just a done smart and she them tell her go down and say some things. But this is terrible. This is horrifying to watch this. This is painful to watch her struggle to answer some simple questions. And this happens when you lie. Go ahead, Jamaics.
You see, when people conflate simple situation, it is for confusion. Simple as that. So when she talk, it's all to say the Republican Party or Trump, he might just ship out people out of their country. That is simple what it is saying. I hear you give applause to what's his name, our former finance minister, Nigel Clark. And I would say wholly applause, because I hear him trying to explain to Jamaican people what is a catastrophe bond. And a catastrophe is a major incident that will happen. And plus a bond is an agreement between 2 or 3 entities, right? And it was hard for him to explain that it's a disaster insurance. And we know that the IMF was created after World War II to rebuild Europe, right? And after, what it has used to do is to undermine third-party countries. So I hold the applause for him to go to somewhere like that, because we can now use ChatGPT and get all the math questions and see that a lot of things that they're complex is to fool and bamboozle the Jamaican people. And here she comes again, coming and speaking nicely to the Jamaican people while treating the Jamaican people like dirt. I want to inform her that is not all Jamaican people are saying 1 p.m. and are very illiterate, right? There are Jamaican people who will appreciate reading documents for ourselves. And you are the employee of the Jamaican people. And we did not employ you or Andrew Holness or any other government to make decisions without consulting the Jamaican people and then saying that we're a democratic society. Stop disrespecting the Jamaican people, right? And the more I listen to people like this and say, or people with our own skin, is treating the Jamaican people like this. It is embarrassing. Complex word, complex jargons just to undermine and oppress the Jamaican people. It is wrong. Very much wrong.
Yeah, the thing about the Nigel Clark, I'm not sure if you heard me correctly, because I wasn't applauding him. What I was saying was that you wouldn't compare his intelligence with this lady, right? And he left for a job and he's paying him under 500,000 a year. And you're going to hear her later on, said that she was offered a job for $2 million a year. And
I get what you're saying, you know. I just wanted to say that. I get what you're saying in context. Trust me, I did.
Minister Marks, I'm not saying you're lying about the $2 million a year job, but I don't believe you. I don't believe you. We have to see, just like we want to see the document where you read. Look at that. She should have a command of this because she's been spearheading this, you know. She should be able, my minister, my favorite minister, Kamina Johnson-Smith, would be able to sit there and at the top of her head, should be able to talk about this thing without go there with a whole bag of paper and sit down there and read. It's so unprofessional. She's been leading this. She tell you that she's been leading this charge from the time she was ambassador in 2024, she say, you know. And here it is 2026, and you still sit down there with a big old pile of paper and I read. Don't read. Do what Jamaica said. Give us the document. We can read. Give us the documents. This is not like, you know, 80 years ago when the literacy rate in Jamaica wasn't high. When people, you know, a lot of people couldn't read, and so you have to read and explain to them. We can read. We can read and we can decipher for ourselves. Give us the document.
The first thing that I must do whenever there's any policy changes going on in the United States, I must look at how that impacts Jamaica. And then I'm still an entrepreneur, so I also look at, is there an opportunity to minimize risk and challenges to Jamaica? But is there also an opportunity to see any benefit to Jamaica in whatever is happening? So that was my motive.
Question, which begs the question again, what is the benefit? They keep saying they're looking for benefit, and up to now they still can't articulate to the Jamaican people what the benefit or what the benefits are. They still cannot.
Motivation to study it and to make sure I look at where can we minimize risk to Jamaica and also find opportunities.
And so in that line, what exactly were you proposing?
So I came up with my team at the embassy, we came up with a proposal where we could cooperate. And the first area would be on expanding the...
Listen, I don't know where me come from, you know, Firehouse, right? And you know it's a part of my first language. But me know the difference between cooperate and corporate. Me no mix them up. Me know the difference. Here's a lady now, you know, who depend the main stage, the international stage for Jamaica. And just listen to how she pronounces it. She don't have a commanding presence, you know, out her mouth. She don't have a commanding presence. You want somebody like that, that when them speak, people will listen and will be captivated. You not captivated when this lady talk. First of all, she can't pronounce America. She say America. Right? And here she can't say corporate, cooperate. She say corporate. Corporate.
But I have a question though, Uncle. Please enlighten me. I hear as an MP, she's saying a member of parliament that's supposed to be looking out for the interests of her constituency and by extension Jamaica. But I hear she's saying that she is
entrepreneur.
An entrepreneur. So
yes.
I am saying, isn't that potential conflict of interest, right? And also I'm going to say this about what we university them for. Wait for. Because Jamaica suffer from brain drain. We're third in the world with a 9.5 rating, right? Behind Samoa and Palestine. And remember, we were second in 2023. I'm not reading from any paper, right? And people can look at this information. Unlike Miss Audrey Marks, she's reading from paper, right? But we can look at it. we have a problem when it comes down to brain drain. Nobody no want Tana Jamaica. You understand? And we are going to hunt people in the diaspora. The diaspora is not aware of this drive to get skilled workers, but yet still we're negotiating or having conversation or being forced, I don't know, or we're begging other nations about skilled workers. It's an embarrassment. Why our youths are taking out student loans? What future are they going to study for? Why are we having people like these inside our parliament that serve their best interests and other countries' interests, but not Jamaican people's interests? Because I've been down to Parity and other communities in the western part of Jamaica. It is in shambles. People are hungry in Jamaica. People are living under tarpaulin. People, it's said over and over till it getting cliche. A reality. People are living in subhuman condition in our homeland country. And this woman, along with, sorry, I don't want to be disrespectful, but this lady, right? And the government decide that the best thing for Jamaica at this point in time is to bring in these type of people in the country. It is embarrassing, and we should be protesting every single day. This is not supposed to happen in our country. Sorry, but it's bad, man.
Amount of Jamaican seasonal workers. Right now the cap is about 20,000, and we'll be proposing more like 200,000. And so my thinking was, how do we get ahead of this situation and propose to the US that we can help? We can help because we have an established legal system of bringing workers into the country. And so that was the first proposal. The second is that when you look at the figures, it will break out that 8.5 million of the undocumented migrants in the United States are highly skilled. And we know that in Jamaica, we are having a situation where we have lost over 1.3 million Jamaicans who have migrated, many highly skilled. They are trained teachers, nurses, doctors, scientists. They have better opportunities in the United States, and for the last 40 years they have been migrating. So we have gone through our own brain drain. My thinking at the time, how can we utilize this situation to attract more skilled workers into Jamaica? Because we are hearing the complaints across all industries that we are short of skilled labor in some areas.
And so what would have been involved in the program that you were proposing?
And so what I'm saying is, for the economy to grow, we have to face the population problem and the skills labor problem. However, we have 50,000 persons who are unemployed, and then we have maybe about another 50,000 or more underemployed. So we have to, so my thinking was, how do we balance that by making sure when we are bringing in persons into the country, we are also looking at ways that we will get Jamaicans employed and engaged in the economy. So it was a broad-based proposal, and we'll go through that. It has other areas in it. It had, it also looked at how we could set up Jamaica as a location for large companies like Google, Amazon, to get their H-1 visa workers settled in Jamaica, because that program is also going to be cut in the United States. And if we can become a near-shore destination for these large companies to put their employees here in Jamaica, it could also be very good for our economy. We also looked at things like the near-shore logistics hub for the region, and also security matters, trafficking of guns and drugs, how we could work better to deal with that. So that is a comprehensive proposal. And in it, when we break out the area that deals with the skills worker migration, you'll be seeing that if we have 775 communities. if we even look at in terms of placement, because you'd want to make sure it's done in a way that integrates into the country, and say even 20 per community, you're looking at 15,500 persons coming in. And so I kind of just run it off at 10,000 because we couldn't start with any big number anyway. It's going to be a gradual program. I actually, in the document, looked at a pilot of 1,000 persons to start the process.
So that was for that skilled workers program that you're speaking about, and that's how that 10,000 figure came up?
That's how that came up, and that was from January 2025. That conversation started then, and the proposal was done about March 2025. So it's over a year ago. But when I came back to Jamaica in April 2025.
Top it there, so. Top it there, so. Top it right there. First question, Ambassador Marks. The 20 people, can you say you have over 700 communities in Jamaica, and you want 20 per community, and they must be skilled, the skilled workers. You see the place behind me, Ambassador Marks, it named Waterhouse, also known as Firehouse. Now tell me the 20 workers we are sending go a Firehouse. What am I going to do a Firehouse? What are they going to do in Firehouse? Tell me. Me know Jamaica are going to ask the same question about film community too. What the 20 skilled workers, what are they going to, who are these people? What will they be doing? What have you identified that in terms of necessary skills for Waters that they would be coming to provide? What? Another thing, people, Ambassador Marks demitted office in the United States on March 13. On March 14th, Ambassador Marks was sworn in as a senator in Jamaica. It wasn't online. She left Washington on the 13th. Who says so? JIS says so. I'm just conveying to you. Saturday I'll put up all the documents. But on the JIS said on the 13th of March, she left office. JIS also said on the 14th, she was sworn in as a senator. March. Yeah, what she just done say. When she returned to Jamaica in April. In April, she's giving you the impression that she was discussing all of these issues in America. And people, as I said, once you demit office, you have to notify the State Department, you know. You cannot represent Jamaica as a diplomat, as an ambassador. Once you give up that, once you leave, you're gone. So this idea that you say, well, I left on the 13th, I left America on the 13th, and on the 14th, I was in Jamaica and I got sworn in. But then I returned from the US in April. If you don't believe me, listen, yeah. Here we are again, you know.
So that came up, and that was from January 2025. That conversation started then, and the proposal was done about March 2025. So it's over a year ago. But when I came back to Jamaica in April 2025, we, I got busy setting up a new ministry, then election, and then Hurricane Melissa. While we were busy with our national priorities here, the U.S. was implementing the America's First policy document, which
Let me stop right and just let me just say one thing, Jamaica. Let me just say this, and this is a foundation that you must use to judge all of the arguments you're hearing from these people. When I say these people, the ambassador and the ministers and the prime minister. Go back and hear what she said. She said, when Donald Trump was campaigning, one of the campaign messages was this issue of undocumented people in America, aliens, that they had to get rid of them. That is the basis, you know, for all of this thing we should talk about. America is getting rid of undocumented people. People who there and them have no documentation. That is the basis. How are they going to get rid of them? Primarily, forced deportation. You have something called voluntary departure where them can say, hey, we give you money and you leave, or you leave on your own. Some people did that. The majority of the people, though, they were deported. And in this program that they're talking about, the TCN, they're all deportees. All. So don't make sure, no fool argument about she's getting people with skilled labor to come and this and that. To come? No. They're being sent. What do you mean to come as if you invite them? They're being sent. They're all deportees, people. And if you understand that basic concept, that the TCN program, actually it's called third country deportation. That's what it's called, where they deport them from America to a third country, not to their country of, believed to be their country of origin, but another country. That's what it's called. If you understand that concept, that whoever's coming to Jamaica under the TCN, whether they're skilled or unskilled, they're being deported. If you understand that, then all of these conversations where they might have with you are going to unravel. Because then you start dig a bit deep and say, well, wait a minute now. These people who are being deported, how can you guarantee us that these people are not murderers, rapists, pedophiles, etc.? How can you do it? Because you in Jamaica, you don't have the wherewithal to screen these people. So you're going to have to trust the U.S. government when they tell you this. Now, if the U.S. government doesn't know, then how do you know? How do you know? And what if the U.S. government make a mistake? What if they make a mistake? So just understand that basic point, that the people coming under the TCN, they're deportees. They're not people who just get up and say, okay, Jamaica needs people, and so I'm going. Keep in mind too that the US government is not involved in the manpower business, seeking manpower for other countries. The only time you see the only time you see mass movement of people like that from the US government side is the military. That's a private industry problem. Private industry. If somebody in a Jamaica, an industry, if they need people, them go up on LinkedIn or wherever, them go up on and advertise. They don't go to the Jamaican government and say, we need you, government, to go to another government and find people to bring to the country so that they can work for us. That's not how it works, people. That is not how it works. Don't make them fool, me I beg you now. Don't make them fool, The government no go out and go get people. The US government no go and get a bunch of people and say, oh no, go to Jamaica. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. The private industry advertise. And by the way, if America have a policy, America first, shouldn't Jamaica have a policy called Jamaica first? And so you start hire people, the young, talented, brilliant people. We need work. We come out of the tertiary educational facilities, UTech, UA, and others. Shouldn't we place a premium on hiring those people first? And then shouldn't they be looking to the diaspora and say, listen, we have Jamaicans in the diaspora who would like to come home and think, make it attractive for them to return. Wouldn't that make sense? America has an America first policy. Why shouldn't Jamaica have a Jamaica first policy? What we have is a what left policy. That's what we have, what left. Them kick out them people and what left out of them we take. Them we take. People, no make them people that telling no nonsense, man. I don't believe them, man. Blaze up some fire and I shouldn't say it that way. Argue with them people. State your facts and ask them the questions of me and ask you. That's why you see Giovanni can't ask them questions there, because Giovanni don't know nothing about H1 and H2 visa, Giovanni don't know about the third country deportation program. Giovanni don't know where the US Senate, the Democrats and the US Senate, the paper what them do. You don't know nothing about that. And again, I say it, not to demean him, That's not his specialty. He have no experience in that area there. You need somebody with the experience now to sit there down and ask her the questions and then really are going to say the true worth and value or the lack thereof of this lady and the rest of the government. Go ahead, my nephew.
Yeah, and for real, man, it's just cockistocracy. We're indeed led by the worst among us, or the least, whichever we want to look at it as. When we go to the nuances of it, it's just that we're giving them the opportunity to continue to bamboozle the Jamaican people. And I did administrate programs as well. Camp counselor program, J1 program, whether it be summer work and travel or the professional for the 5 year period, right? And you will get their DS form for them, and that will now have their social security number. So we used to deal with sponsors and not the government of America.
Indeed.
So we know exactly what it is. The J1 program, which she's talking about, that is a lie, what she's doing, what she's telling the Jamaican people. Many lies she has been telling the Jamaican people, right? But to say this and to go that we live in a country again where we have our government officials lying to us. And we know that because we can see the information. We're not fool people, right? And with that being said, even when Independence Day in August, a lot of us will go out there and jump up and down and talk about Independence Day. But are we truly independent? That is the question. Are we being consulted? When she said that 20 skilled workers are going into these communities, did you consult the community? Right? Did the community agree that these are the shortage of labor, skilled laborers that we are needed? Right? Did you do a survey to see if the skilled workers are already existing in the communities? When did the community meeting? When was the community meeting? How did you invite people? How did you advertise this meeting? Nobody knows when these consultation is going on. So the question still come back, are we still living in a democratic society? Because the practices of the government does not suggest such. And if that is not the case, we are in deep trouble in our country. This is not a PNP or a JLP thing. It is a system thing. The system is rigged. And we have seen from 1962, only the political class has been winning in Jamaica. We're not seeing the Jamaican people winning. It is time for Jamaican people to understand that you're not a labor right or a PNP. You're a Jamaican. And accountability makes a lot of sense in order for you to have a future in your country. And I will close by saying this, Jamaican people. The protest that happened the other day should not be a 9-day wonder. It shouldn't be something just pop up and finish, because our issues or problems are not solved. And if our problems are not solved, we must continue until our voices are being heard. We no longer want to hear what the government is saying, because the government is not consulting the Jamaican people, because obviously they don't think that the Jamaican people have sense. And that is wrong. We have Jamaican out here who wants to take part in nation building. The greatest asset of a country is its resources. The Jamaican people must be given a chance to innovate and to create a future which they want to live in. You have gotten your time to prove to the Jamaican people over 10 years, and you have failed the Jamaican people continuously. And this is the last straw that broke the camel back in terms of adding more pain onto the Jamaican people when they have just gone through a battering from the hurricane. Psychologically, mentally, financially, we are destroyed. We don't deserve what this government is doing to the Jamaican people. And we don't deserve people using this opportunity to also create confusion. It is time for communities to be community again and start communicating and developing. And the last thing I said, I must say, 2 weeks ago, I went to court in Portland. That was my second time being in court, and that was my first time actually seeing how it unfolds. And I saw an elder man, lawyer, dragging into the courthouse to fight against the Jamaican people from not accessing their national monument, which is the Blue Lagoon. Let me say it again. Tears almost come to my eye when I see an elder man, Lloyd Barnett. He is a Queen's Counsel lawyer, dragging into the court to fight against Jamaican people from accessing their birthright. It is an embarrassment. Jamaica, we cannot continue like that. We're fighting laws that PNP oversee, JLP oversee, and has done nothing for the Jamaican people. It is time for Jamaicans to understand who they are. And when we see white nationalists coming out in America, we have to be very careful, protect each other, and don't stand at somebody else's country while your country needs you. That's what I will say, and say good evening to everyone. And thank you again, Uncle. I will be running, but always listening. Take care.
Bless up, bless up, bless up. Yes, my people, the talented Jamaics always have words of wisdom. Very precocious young man. You know, I'm getting text messages from all over the place, even from Africa. And they're watching the program and they're saying that Ambassador Audrey Marks is way in over her head, that she has no idea what she's doing, and they can't figure out why the government didn't protect her and prepare her properly, or just not have her say anything, have somebody talk for her, because she's not doing herself any justice and she's making the problems worse. And then the viewer went on to say, comment on the numbers of unemployed, and makes sense, and said that, well, listen to her voice, I tell you she's lying. But we could move on a little bit there and finish up this, because I want to show another video.
Included changes in migration.
And on that point, to be clear, were you involved at all, or are you involved at all, or were you at any point involved in that TCN program that is now the subject of the MOU?
Oh, no, not at all. That would be the United States, the White House and the State Department. That's their program. And they've approached...
On a year, she said. On a year, what she said. The question was asked, are you involved in the TCN? And here she said, oh, no. That was the American side. I want you to listen keenly. Play it again. I want you to listen keenly to her explanation. This woman is way in over her head. She had drowned. She had drowned.
In that TCN program that is now the subject of the MOU?
Oh, no, not at all. That would be the United States, the White House and the State Department. That's their program. And they've approached, I think now around between 27 and 28 countries have signed. Our neighbor here in the region, Belize, signed from about October. Many of our Caribbean countries have signed, and I think Jamaica, Barbados, and Ghana are the last ones now negotiating. And another 54 countries, I know from the records that are in the public domain, they are in negotiations with. That's a clear United States policy. Not anything at all to do with me. I could not dictate to the U.S. anything about their third country nationals program.
So you were not involved in that negotiation?
Right. So a year later, January 2nd, 2026, is when the United States Embassy here transmitted a request to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to start a discussion, read their request for Jamaica to sign an MOU to deal with third country nationals. It was the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, the Ministry of National Security and Peace, the Attorney General's Department, they all, and I think Ministry of Justice, they're all focused on making sure that Jamaica could sign the MOU, but in a manner that would not disturb what we are trying to achieve as a country.
Yeah. Is this skilled worker proposal that...
Stop right there, sir. She said them send the MOU in January 2026. Now, this is why I'm telling you that you need somebody who has worked in the diplomatic field to ask her the questions. An MOU is not transmitted in a vacuum. You understand what I'm saying, people? You don't just get up and just send an MOU. Or send an MOU. You don't get up and do that. The MOU is preceded by discussions. You can't surprise people with MOU. That's what I say. The MOU is not the first time that they're hearing about this program. There was a discussion before January. And guess what happened a month before the MOU come over? Guess what happened, people? This same Ambassador Audrey Marks had a meeting in Jamaica in December with officials from the Department of War, Defense, whatever you want to call it, and the Department of Homeland Security. The meeting took place in December and the MOU came in January. The MOU is formalizing discussions that they had in December. I wonder if you not follow me. I will not follow she. Or maybe you should follow the both of you and you will understand. She said the MOU came in January. Talking about this TCN. They asked her, did you know anything about the TCN? She said, no, absolutely not. So then the question then is, who started the discussion with this TCN? Because you just don't send MOUs like that. There was a discussion and then the MOU came. And the only discussion that we know about before the MOU was sent in January is the discussion in December of 2025. And the MOU came in January 2026. Ambassador Audrey Marks, you think we are idiot? And then and she was the one who hosted the meeting in Jamaica. She was the one who did it. And guess who? Guess which department, which department in the US government deal with immigration matters? Guess. Homeland Security. And was Homeland Security present at that meeting that Ambassador Audrey, no me I talk like our Audrey, was Ambassador Marks, was Homeland Security present at the meeting that she hosted in December? Yes. Yes. So the more she talk, the more she get herself in a problem. Prime Minister, you're wicked. You should have never let this lady come out on you. And you knew because she spoke last week, Thursday at Terra Nova. And you saw her performance. And you're going to make she come out Monday and talk again. You're a wicked man. Why are you doing this to her?
You had put forward still going to be implemented?
Oh, it still is, but we also need to deal with that misinformation. Because some of the questions I've noted, persons are saying, but this is what the embassy said, that Ambassador Marks proposed to take 10,000 criminals into the country, and the embassy would not be lying. I'm going to do some things that we don't normally do, because diplomatic notes, diplomatic agreements that are being discussed at a high level are not usually put in the public domain. It's like when WikiLeaks happen. You don't put out documents while you're in negotiations or documents that are sensitive to bilateral and, even multilateral relations. They have to be managed a certain way. But what I can do, I can read from the diplomatic note exactly what was requested. So the diplomatic note said that the United States has the further honor to advise and really request that a meeting to discuss the proposal by Minister Audrey Marks to XYZ during the America's Counter-Cartel Conference at the U.S. Southern Command in Miami, Florida on March 5th, 2026 for a third country national arrangement, not the MOU that Jamaica would receive up to 10,000 third country individuals from the United States. What they are doing, they are asking for a meeting to discuss the proposal. Now, I want to go.
Understand what she just done say? Understand what she just done say? She's central to everything that's going on, you know. You hear what she said? She said no. So follow the sequence of events. She had a meeting in December with people from the Department of War and Department of Homeland Security. That's December 2025. The MOU came over January 2026. She went to a meeting in Florida in March 2026. Then you have this communication that she's reading. And by the way, the meeting that she went to in March, are the same people what she meet with in a December, same Homeland Security people them show up at the thing. And so what you see is that is the same program that talk, the TCN program people is one TCN program the American government has, you know. It is a third country deportation plan. It's people that they don't want here, people who are here illegally, that they are deporting. That is where it come down to. Say Oti put up something with her at the meeting that she hosted in December. Those yeah, all of that was a December meeting.
And just convicted of.
No, wait a minute. Yeah, well.
Not even a person whose parents companies to put their employees here in Jamaica. 25, that conversation started then, and the proposal was done about March 2020. Many of our Caribbean countries have signed, and see Jamaica, Barbados start a discussion, read their request for Jamaica to sign an MOU to deal with third country nationals. It was the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
So you know, understand what's going on. The more she talk, the more she get. What she said is 2 MOUs, you know. Remember she said one of the MOU come in when? January 2026. And remember what she said now? There's a second MOU now that came after her meeting in March. And both MOUs, interestingly enough, both MOUs deal with one program, TCN. I want Minister Marks to show me in any one of those 2 MOUs where our dip notes, where it's mentioned structured migration program. I want you to show me that. It's one program the US government talk about. One, and them get caught. Them meaning the Jamaican government got caught. And so they come up with this foolishness about a structured migration program. And when you ask them to explain the structured migration program, then they say, well, wait a minute, the structured migration program is not for deportees. The only program for deportees, that's a third country national or third country deportee program. That's why I said to you, if you just keep in mind that the people leaving America under the TCN program are deportees. If you just have that in your mind, you can't go wrong with the rest of the analysis. Just ask her that. Just when them come up and them tell you this, that structure, just ask her one question. Just say, Minister, the people leaving America under the TC third country deportation program, are they deportees? She will have to say yes. And then you ask her, but aren't those the people that we will be getting? Because all of this skilled laborers that you're talking about, didn't you say that they're coming under the third country national program? So they're deportees. It's one program, people, but they're coming up with two explanations. Why? To confuse you. They're the ones conflating it, not you. Not you. Because you understand, my people, that it's only one dege program. The Americans now have not named structured migration program. No such thing. Somebody just give me an idea. Sita, thank you very much for that.
Did the minister lie? Did the minister lie? Did the minister lie?
That's it, people. Did she lie? Go back.
The Ministry of National Security and Peace, the Attorney General's Department, they're all, and I think Ministry of Justice, they're all focused on making sure that Jamaica could sign the MOU, but in a manner that would not disturb what we are trying to achieve as a country.
Yeah. Is this skilled worker proposal that you had put forward still going to be implemented?
Oh, it still is, but we also need to deal with that misinformation. Because some of the questions I've noted, persons are saying, but this is what the embassy said, that Ambassador Marks proposed to take 10,000 criminals into the country, and the embassy would not be lying. I'm going to do some things that we don't normally do, because diplomatic notes, diplomatic agreements that are being discussed at a high level are not usually put in the public domain. It's like when WikiLeaks happen. You don't put out documents while you're in negotiations, or documents that are sensitive to bilateral and, even multilateral relations. They have to be managed a certain way. But what I can do, I can read from the diplomatic note exactly what was requested. So the diplomatic note said that the United States has the further honor to advise and really request that a meeting to discuss the proposal by Minister Audrey Marks to XYZ during the Americas Counter-Cartel Conference at the U.S. Southern Command in Miami, Florida on March 5th, 2026 for a third country national arrangement, not the MOU, that Jamaica receive up to.
Stop. People, the moment you heard third country at the deportee program, that is not the structured migration program. That is the deportee program. The moment you read that in the dip note coming from the U.S. Embassy, third country arrangement, it is the deportation program. No make them fool you no. No make them fool you no. She say it right there, so. She say it. Say that the embassy has the further honor of seeking a meeting regarding what Minister Marks proposed in March concerning the third country arrangement, third country deportation program, people. That's it. She say it. She say it. Guilty as sin. Sita.
Did the minister lie? Did the minister lie?
Third country individuals from the United States What they were doing, they were asking for a meeting to discuss the proposal. Now, I want to go further and just, people can Google it. You can Google what a third.
You see why I say that you have to have somebody who has a knowledge of diplomacy, because there are nuances with the language and there are certain protocols. And you can't put somebody who doesn't have that expertise to ask her questions. I mean, Giovanni's trying his level best and he's asking her questions. And we're getting answers. But in terms of the follow-up, I mean, this woman would stand no chance if she sat in front of me and I had to ask her a question. She would stand no chance. Because here's the thing. I can talk to her from an investigative standpoint, and I can also talk to her from the diplomatic standpoint. And more importantly, I can talk to her from the American diplomatic standpoint. Because I've been there. Done that. Master that. Know all of that. So she can't. No.
National means. And it means an individual who is in a country that is not their home of citizenship. They are neither a citizen of the nation they are currently in, the host country in this case.
Oh, let me stop it right there, sir. She's describing now, she's defining TCN, third country national, right? Giovanni should have asked, I say, well, you're dealing with the Americans. What is your perception of the TCN, of the third country deportee program, where third country nationals are deported? That him should ask her. I don't know if this woman understands what going on. She got to read him a definition now of third country national. Yet she says she have nothing to do with it, and it's a different program. And then she got nice it up now. She already I give the impression that the third country national program is a bad program. That's not the program she's involved with. She's involved with structured migration. But then now, structured migration. But then now she come and I give him definition of third country national and I poo-poo it and I say it's not bad. Look at what it means. I know that it means in American parlance. That's not what it means.
Who is in a country that is not their home of arrangement. Not the MOU that Jamaica receive up to 10,000 third country individuals from the United States. What they were doing, they were asking for a meeting to discuss the proposal. Now, I want to go further and just, people can Google it. You can Google what a third country national means. And it means an individual who is in a country that is not their home of citizenship. They are neither a citizen of the nation they are currently in, the host country, in this case the United States, nor the nation that they would be going to. Depending on the context, this term applies in different ways. So for example, in the European Union, they gave that as an example. If you are in the European Union working, and you're from Canada or even England, you're referred to as a third country national. So a third country national don't mean that you're a criminal. It means that you're not from the country you're coming from, or you're not a citizen of the country you're going to. So when the United States asks for a meeting to discuss the third country national arrangement, not MOU, of up to 10,000 individuals, there's nothing wrong with that. That is in keeping with our discussion and what I'm proposing, that we need skilled workers and we want to discuss it because it would involve
and Ambassador Marks, we need skilled workers. And you're saying the skilled workers are going to come under the third country national program, yes? And as far as the Americans are concerned, the third country national program is a program for deportees where they send deportees to a country of which they're not a citizen. So you're just admitting that it is a deportee program. It is the same program that you're talking about. It's the same program. You're fooling yourself. You're not fooling us. It's the same program.
Entire framework. You'd involve funding from the United States. It would involve a process because those persons that would be coming would be persons that are already working in the United States. They are being processed, they are being screened, they are working. They have applied for residency, I would assume some of them, but they would not be given residency in the United States under these current changing migration policies.
Which means that they're going to be deported. What's so difficult about that, Ambassador? What is so difficult about that? She just said they're working in the United States, but they don't have their papers. And she said, under this regime, under the Donald Trump administration, some of them will not get papers. And if they don't get papers, they will have to leave. And that's why you have the third country national program. They're going to be deported. What's so difficult about that?
So the idea that if we get a request from the United States for a meeting to discuss this proposal, it means that I had put some sort of proposal to have 10,000 persons of criminal conviction coming to Jamaica is total misinformation. And I dare say the people who are...
Let's stop you. You remember they asked, Giovanni asked her the question if she was involved with the TCN? You don't remember? You remember him asking, and she said, absolutely not. No, she just don't say that the diplomatic note that came said that it was referencing a conversation that she had with them concerning third country arrangement. She said she don't have nothing to do with it, you know. You remember? And no, she just read it out, said she's inextricably linked to it. She's a part of it. She's central to it. They mentioned that she was the one they had the conversation with. You can't make this up, people. You can't make this up.
Pushing this rumor knows better because they have a copy of the diplomatic note. They know what they're doing. So to put out that the MOU was signed and that the MOU involves Jamaica proposing to take 10,000, making it seem like it's 10,000 criminals, is total misinformation.
You notice something, she's not saying that. Them never put out the thing. Them never have the discussion about the 10,000, you know. You notice what she's focusing on, that they never agreed to take 10,000 criminals. Not that they didn't agree to take 10,000 people. But she's saying we didn't agree to take 10,000 criminals, even though we might get 10,000 criminals. But we didn't agree to it. That's what she's saying. Our focus is on criminals, not the agreement to have 10,000 people come to Jamaica.
Speaking of the MOU, it has been said by the government that the MOU would have been released. It's not yet been released. Why?
The MOU is a document being negotiated, and you have the MOU, the terms of the MOU.
Hold on a second. The MOU is not a document where you have to negotiate and whatnot. The MOU is essentially saying that you have met already, and these are the things that you have discussed. And so we agree in principle, and now we're going to formalize an agreement. So the MOU can be released. There's nothing further to do with the MOU. It's the agreement to come. That you can say, well, can't release that, or it hasn't been finalized. We can't release that. But the MOU is done. The MOU is finished. Jamaica signed it already. Minister Chang said that. So why can't you release it?
How it will work? You don't normally release the document before you finalize the negotiations and the agreements, because you have in everything you have the cover document, and then you have some appendix, some terms that will go with it. So how will it work? Who will be involved? You know, for example, the International Migration Organization will be the point organization handling the transit of third country nationals from the United States through Jamaica. The other point regarding the misinformation, The MOU states that the person will be here for 7 days, maximum 14 days. So there's no flooding of third country nationals to Jamaica, and certainly, again, no criminals.
What happens now?
So what happens now is that it's part of what I'm doing. We have to push back very hard. We have to force persons to apologize and admit that they have told a lie. And we have to continue pushing back until more people understand that it's not everything you hear you can take up. They have come on my social media pages and others to say, you know, you sell out the country, you are getting money to buy your business, all kinds of nonsense. Before coming back to Jamaica, I get so many offers to serve in international organizations, large companies. Up to January this year, I got an offer to be an executive at a high level, not doing half the work I'm doing now, for a base of $2 million US per year.
See there? See there? January of this year, a company offered the ambassador a base salary of $2 million US per year. If that is so, you can't see why we're doing this exercise, right? You can't see why. I have to say it. I don't have to say it out loud. But if they offered her $2 million, a base salary for half the work she's doing, and she's here, that should tell you something. Petre, big up yourself. That should tell you something. That should tell you something. Our former world-class finance minister is working now in Washington for $400,000+ a year. And, you know, he had his challenges, but she can't walk in her shoes. And some companies saw it fit to offer her $2 million US per year base. So you know it's going to be more than that. And she's still here. Like I said, I'm not saying she's lying, but I don't believe her. And just like how she have the thing, the MOU and the dip note, and she read from it, more she bring it and show us. Because we don't believe her. Not saying you're lying, but we don't believe you.
That's about what? 320 million Jamaica?
Yeah.
I got an offer to be an executive at a high level, not doing half the work I'm doing now, for a base of $2 million US per year. That's about what? 320 million Jamaican? I'm not here working for money. I'm here doing national service. And if you cut me, you see my blood is black, green, and gold. So if someone like me can be accused of selling out the country, where are we going? This is not something that will displace Jamaicans, will take away jobs from Jamaicans. This is where we are doing a balancing. We are upskilling, we are lifting, we are expanding the economy. More Jamaicans will be employed. We are looking at opportunities.
One of the things that executives do, and it's a requirement of their job, is communicate well. Would you say that this lady is a good communicator? Would you say that? I have my sources in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, and they'll tell you that she was not a leader either. You pay your executives to lead. You pay your executives to communicate. You pay your executives for results. You pay your executives to avoid exactly what this woman has gotten herself into a morass of confusion. You cannot afford to have your company, wishy-washy, like just a blown out the wind, and you can't explain things like because companies have shareholders and have a board, and then they put up with this nonsense. So that's what I'm saying. Don't come here and sit down and make you feel like you're doing a favor. That, oh, I got 2 million base and I'm just here for national service. Go take it. Go on. Go take it. A lot of people would have said you're a damn idiot for not taking it. A lot of people would say that. Because guess what? You are minister of what? Minister of efficiency, innovation, and digital transformation, and where you have to show feet. Zero. You go get yourself in a trouble. I act like you're ambassador. I act like you are minister of foreign affairs and foreign trade. I act like you're prime minister. You go get yourself in a trouble. We know that you were supposed to get the job of the minister of foreign affairs and foreign trade. You were supposed to get that job, but the plan backfired because my favorite minister, Kamina Johnson-Smith, didn't get her job or didn't get the job at the Commonwealth as Secretary General of the Commonwealth. She didn't get that job because the plan was she was going to get that job and then you slide in and take over her position as the minister. So I don't know if you don't realize that you're not the minister because you were primed to become the minister and you were thinking like the minister, but you're not the minister. And if you notice, oh, my minister just deftly take care of herself, you're nothing. And that in and of itself shows that there's a problem there too with her. But here if your name mentioned, or you don't see her out there give speeches like you and not make a fool of herself. You don't see that. Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith, big up yourself. So I don't know. She come now and make and like you're not supposed to feel, you're not supposed to thank me, you're not supposed to feel glad, you're not supposed to adore me. You're not supposed to give me a whole heap of respect because I get 2 million plus and I never take it. I come here so for help out. And this is the thanks me get. The so-called thanks you're getting, you deserve it. You deserve it because you're an imposter. You have no leadership skills. You have no communication skills. Look at this is an easy interview, It's JIS, I interview you. You've been interviewed by Giovanni, who as talented as he is, he doesn't have the experience of working in diplomatic circles. So he can't ask you questions about visas and protocols and MOUs and dip notes and him can't ask them. Him can't ask you the way him can't ask the questions the way they should be asked. And look how you mess up the interview. Look how you mess it up. You are a disgrace. With all respect that's due to you. Respectfully, you're a disgrace. You come and I look for sympathy from the Jamaican people. But how can you ask for sympathy when you have made the situation clear as mud? That was not your job. Your job was to make it clear as day so people can understand. People can understand. I mean, now if you try to explain to those who don't understand, a lot of people understand, and for those who don't understand, it's me and the one them who understand. If you try to explain to them, and I say, don't pay attention to Ambassador Audrey Marks because Ambassador Audrey Marks is going to lead you down the wrong path. 1 minute you know about the TCN, Oh, 1 minute you don't know about the TCN, you're not a part of it. Next minute you know. By the way, on a year me talk about the December meeting, right? And you hear me talk about the March meeting. She talked about it. She not talk about the December meeting, you know. She not talk about that one there. She try to get the impression says one meeting. And it was the March meeting because that was publicized. Everybody see her take the plane and knows that she gonna Florida. But there was a meeting in December with the same people. She not talk about that. But I go and play a video where she come now and she reveals that there was a February meeting. Remember the sequence. December meeting, January MOU, March meeting, followed by MOU. But she not mention nothing about February. I'm going to play your video now where she will tell us that there was a meeting with the Americans in February. I want to have no readout on that. Let me finish this and play it for now.
It is abroad to get Jamaicans more exposed and more skills, but we also need to address this fundamental constraint to our economic growth agenda.
All right, Ambassador. That's a solid note on which to end. Thank you so much.
Enough of that. Listen to this.
TCN deal was not proposed by you. Jamaica's involvement was not proposed by you.
Oh, not at all.
Good.
And it wouldn't make sense because this is something that involves so many countries.
Yes.
You know?
You hear what she said? Not at all. And then she said, yes, the MOU said, yeah, you raised the issue at the meeting, and that's why we're following up. Listen further.
And you're saying that you took an opportunity at a meeting to discuss the TCN to introduce the issue of the worker exchange program.
So back in February, internally, we got the MOU request from the United States Embassy in January. And so the discussions would have started within the government, looking at, how do we respond? How do we, it's a long-standing ally, how do we work with them? How do we conclude something that would make sense for both countries? I attended one meeting, and in that was in February, and at that meeting, I broached the topic of looking at how we could introduce the structured migration program. In the discussions going on, it was decided to keep it separate, and we moved on. So in March...
When I hear about that at the first way I hear about that February meeting, you know. First way I hear about this February meeting.
When I went to the meeting, the anti-cartel meeting in Miami, there are persons there from different departments. And in a meeting on the margin, I again brought up the structured migration program that I had been discussing the year before and said this.
And you were just and where the structured migration program. That's not what the deep note. The deep note said third country arrangement, what you said. The third country arrangement is not structured migration program, because the structured migration program, people, it would be a voluntary program. The U.S. government is not in the business of getting private people together and send them go work somewhere else. No. If you if you are the owner of a business in Jamaica and you're looking for workers overseas, you advertise. You don't go to the Jamaican government and say, we want you to go to the U.S. government and get people from, and have the U.S. government send people to come and work in Jamaica. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. So when it suits her, she says, yes, I was there talking about the TCN. And then when it doesn't suit her, she said, oh, it was the structured migration program. Well, I tell you what, as I said before, I am waiting to see the mention of structured migration program in any of the documents sent to the Jamaican government by and from the U.S. government. You're always going to see third country national or third country arrangement or third country deportation. That is what you're going to see.
This is something that is still very important for an ally like Jamaica. We would be looking, and that program includes both the seasonal work program we are currently operating, which has a cap of about 20,000 persons, We think it could increase to 200,000. There's a demand need in the U.S. now with the change in migration policies.
How is she It's like me a beat a dead ass. How is she going to get the U.S. government to send 200,000 people over a period of time to Jamaica? They have 20,000 people working in the structured migration program that she's talking about, and that's hospitality workers and the cane farmers and the people people involved in the agriculture sector, right? And she's gonna go from, remember now, they have caps on all of these programs, They have caps on these programs. And guess which country has a lead on Jamaica in terms of picking crops and making beds and all of this? Mexico. Mexico. And they haven't increased the quota. It's not an open number, that you can say we want to go from 20 to 200. No, there's a quota. And once the quota is met, that's it. Or she said, I think she meant that the U.S. could bring up 200,000 Jamaicans to work. No, it can't. That's the MC England. That's the H program. They have a cap on those programs. And she knows it. They have a cap. She knows it. So, sure.
And it also looked at getting in skilled workers. And that is where I said we could probably get about 10,000 skilled workers over time. Right. And this is how it would work.
So just stick up in.
So let me stick up in. So she's saying we send 20,000 workers on the structured migration, and we want to get it up to 200,000. And on the reverse side of it, we want to get 10,000 coming from the U.S. to Jamaica. So we want to send 200,000 and we want to receive 10,000. The one for 200,000, there's a cap. There's a quote on it. And once I get to the quote, I don't remember, I have to check out what the number is. It's not a big number. Worldwide, it's not a big number. And it's like, it's first come, first serve. There are no preferences. And then the one coming this way, 10,000 coming this way, how would the U.S. government now structure that they are now, because it's not a U.S. program. It's not a program coming into the U.S. It's a program coming into Jamaica. So how would you attract those workers now to leave America and come to Jamaica to work? The only way you could do that is if they're deported, because no serious skilled worker, or very few skilled worker with all them marbles would leave America and come to Jamaica, come work for the salary where they're going to pay them in Jamaica. Jamaica's a paradise now, don't get me wrong. But we are talking about this. We are talking about money. Why would you then work on a construction site, right? As an engineer, for example. In America, you make 170,000 US dollars a year. And you come to Jamaica, come work for 60,000, 70,000. Why? And the government couldn't force you to come either. The only way you have that pool of people that you can say want to take 10,000 is if they're deported. Then you can say to the American government, we will take up to 10,000 of the people, of the undesirables. We will take up to 10,000 of the people that you want to remove from your country. That's the only way to go work. And them just cannot get it in them system to come out and tell you that, yes, it was a TCN program and we said we would take up to 10,000, but we're negotiating 25 per week or 25 every 2 weeks. They can't get themselves to come and tell you that. And you know why they can't do it? Going back to the video we played with the South African comedian, that we said that when you are suffer, you notice immigrants in your country. The people in St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland, Hanover, St. James and Trelawney, they would know, they more than anybody else would notice it, because a lot of them, they don't have a place to sleep. And when they look at these people coming in, they don't care who's paying for it. They just look and say, these people are not Jamaicans and they're coming to Jamaica and they're being housed, fed, clothed. They have pocket money. Them can't go wherever they want to go because they're not detained. They haven't committed a crime. And look at us. Look at us. People, don't make them people.
Pick up in Minister is very important. So the 10,000 number did come from you, but the 10,000 only relates to the worker exchange and had nothing to do with TCN.
Not at all.
You hear I know. You hear the new one, worker exchange. When you hear that? I wonder if you not listen to the nonsense we're going. When you hear him just done say, and she jump on it, worker exchange. So now what am I say? We are sending 200,000, we want in exchange you send 10,000. We're sending 20,000 skilled workers out of the country. We want to get it up to 200,000. And in exchange, we want you send us up to 10,000. That's a different program. Worker exchange program, that's a different program. So we have structured migration. We have worker exchange program. We have third country national program. We have the third country arrangement program. And we have the third country deportation program. 5 programs. People, here's the formula. 5 programs. 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 equals 1. Not 5. It's 1 program. No matter what them tell you, it's 1 program. It's a third country national program, the deportation program. It's 1.
And how I came up, because I actually did a detailed document looking at how this would benefit from all the reports we're getting from the various sectors. I did a detailed document looking at what type of workers we need, how we could assimilate workers coming in. And I actually looked at the 775 communities in Jamaica and said, even a cap of 20 per community. We look.
You see, she come back with that 775 times 20, 775 communities and 20 workers per community. Here she come back with this nonsense. Here she come, and this was PR, taxpayers, Jamaican taxpayers, and this is no PR for come to Washington, come sit down and talk. She there 2010 to 2012, 2016 to 2025, and these are the best she can come up with. She couldn't fix the travel advisory. She couldn't fix the same-sex problem down in Jamaica at the embassy. Right? All of the other policies were going on a swirl in Washington. She couldn't get ahead of those to report to the mothership on Port Royal Street that this is what's going on. Here's how I think we should do. She not 2010 to 2012, 2016 to 2025. And this is the best she can come up with. 775 communities, and I want 20 workers to each community. And look, when she said she come up with it when she was ambassador back in January, which we know say there's a problem there, because here's what happened. If you remember what the same-sex drama, right? And you remember, and this was under the Biden administration, you remember what was said? It was said that Audrey Marks, Ambassador Audrey Marks, you and your crew, we're not going to renew stay in America. You've been here more than 5 years, and there's a rule that says after 5 years we have to renew annually, and you've been here long enough. You need to go home. This was on the heels of Jamaica not allowing the same-sex couple to go to serve at the embassy in Jamaica. Do you remember that? Sure you do. And think about it. Election November 2024. Inauguration January 2025. And while all of this are going on, right? Our hard-working ambassador come up with all of this full plan here. And then 2 months after inauguration, she left. She left March 13th, sworn into the Jamaican Senate March 14th, but then she said she left America in April. So she left America March 13th or March 14th. She was in Jamaica on March 14th, sworn into the Senate, and then she come back to America, and then she went back to Jamaica in April. And while she talked about this, while this is going on, she's talking about her proposal. Now, why would the U.S. government address her proposal when she's no longer ambassador and you have a charge in Washington? Charge meaning somebody acting in the role of an ambassador, because we didn't have an ambassador, so we had an acting ambassador, but they don't call them acting. You only have an acting ambassador if you have a sitting ambassador and the ambassador is on leave or out of the country or whatever. Then you call that second, the deputy, acting ambassador. But if you don't have an ambassador, the person who's acting is called a charge. So you have, because somebody must be there in charge of the embassy. So you have a charge. So why would she be back here in April and not discuss nonsense? And she made it seem as if she left here in April for the first time. But then that's impossible because she was in Jamaica on the 14th. She was in Jamaica on the 14th. So she had to do some, some Star Trek business where she just stand up and then just she disappear from us and appear in Jamaica, and then them just boom, 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 whatever, transport to them car, whatever them car, and then she come back, and people don't see the foolishness. Don't see how ridiculous the explanations are, and they can only lead you. They can only lead you to the realization that they take us for fools. So they say whatever they want to say, and we're supposed to just swallow it. And you're supposed to enjoy swallowing it. You see? But you see what happened? What we're doing, and we weren't planning on going this extensive tonight, but we're giving you the perspective of, or the Jamaican perspective. And we haven't, it actually is Ambassador Audrey Marks' perspective, because when you listen to Minister Chang, it's nuanced. When you listen to the Prime Minister, it's different. But on Saturday now, you know what we're going to do? We're going to give you the American perspective and show you that there was no confusion about the American perspective. I mean, not talk about just the video from Secretary Marco Rubio. We will start with the video, but we're going to show you that there are other players involved. And we're going to show you their philosophy on immigration. And we're going to show you what they said in no uncertain terms. And we're going to show you what they said in front of Audrey Marks. So she cannot come and say she never know. They made it abundantly clear what the American position is on illegal immigration and how the U.S. government planned to rid itself of these illegal migrants. They made it abundantly clear. They did not hide. They never hide them, they turn them out sideways and talk. No. They spoke into the microphone. They made it clear. So we're going to give you their perspective. So we assure you and the American perspective. It no nuanced, it no hill and gully, it no, go so and come that way and go so and no, like this. Straight and as an arrow, clear. Whether you like it or not, make no mistake about it. Their position was and is clear. Now you may disagree about what they're doing and how they're doing it. But the plan that they haven't wavered. They don't call it, work exchange and the migration plan. Third country. No. They make it very clear. I could finish up this with that.
It's not about 15,000 persons. So I had a 10,000 number that we could start at in managing, and I worked out the details of it. And that would have been from...
That's another thing, with leadership, Just as an aside, I learned in the FBI that you never use the word I when you're talking about success of a group, of your group. Never. When you use the word I, when there is a failure, you say, I am responsible. You never say, I am the one who created this plan, and this plan is great, and this and that. No. And I learned that the hard way in the FBI. I learned that at a table with all of my peers. And it took only one time for them to say that to me, for me to understand. And it never happened again. My boss said to me, when you sit at this table, you never give up your people because the burden is on you. You are supposed to say, I didn't do it. I'm sorry, I apologize. I must do a better job. And when you leave, you go and then you can straighten out those responsible. But you don't come here and give up people. And when there is praise, the praise is for the entire team. When there is blame, the blame is only for you. I wonder if you understand when me at that. That's why when I see this foolishness going on in Jamaica, it burned me. It burned me when I see a prime minister who not take blame for nothing. And yet he's supposed to be the leader of the country. And yet him have about 19 agencies within his office. But him not take blame for nothing. And what happened? The other ministers, the ministers follow suit. Nobody take no blame for anything. Nobody. And this is what we see from Ambassador Marks. I did this proposal. One of the interviews, she said, well, it wasn't me, it was the team. It is always supposed to be the team. You don't use the word I. Except if you're going to take blame. You say, yes, I'm responsible. It's my obligation. And I will fix it. I will fix this problem. And then you leave and you go deal with it. But you don't come to the table and say, I. In my days at the FBI, if you come to the table and talk about I, then fling you out of the room. Because you must understand that if it's not you alone, if you have people around you, it is a team effort. It is a team effort. And so, whenever there is success, it goes to the team. So many times I've heard accolades poured on supervisors or supervisors, because I don't even want to give the other titles them, just supervisors. And you constantly hear them say, well, I want to thank the team for putting this thing together and, you know, making it a success. That's what you always hear. And that's the way it's supposed to be. People will work with you. People will fight for you. People will die for you if they know that you are unselfish in the way you assign things and the way you take responsibility. If they know that you will never give them up and say, I don't want to responsible, I don't want over there, so I don't want to, like Minister Tufton, you know, him blame everybody but himself. Minister Tufton wouldn't make it now the FBI. At least if him dead, he would have to change. He would have to change. He would have to change. He wouldn't come out with that attitude then. You don't take people for granted. Never. Finish up this.
Last year, March or so.
Remove it. People, it's 11:43 and we have so many things to discuss, but I don't want to keep you. You know what they say? Never overstay your welcome, or you'll never be welcome to stay over. I want to make sure that you join me on Saturday, and we have a very productive session. I know I promised you I would turn on the phone again today, but I got, you know, when you listen to these people, you just can't let certain things slide because you just know that they're being disingenuous. You just know it, and you just have to point these things out. And a government that is failing to admit bad decisions. It's a government that you can't trust. If a government will only come to you, speak to you about a subject matter when it's leaked, and you notice how they get upset when they say it's leaked. And by the way, the Prime Minister said, why would we leak? He's saying that they didn't leak it, so I guess it's the Americans who leaked it. Who leaked the document. The document that's in the possession of the gleaner. That's what he said. How can you trust a government that the only time you'll hear something like this is only when it's reported in the newspaper and the media, and then they'll come to you, and the person they'll say is that, well, somebody leak it, and then they come up with some made up story, and they expect you to accept the story. Why? Because they're the government. And when you ask questions, they treat you as if you're the criminal when you ask questions. And when you raise your voice, they say you're political. Then how is this democracy? How is this democracy? It can't be. If you ask a pertinent question and you're treated like a criminal, then how is that democracy? thought in a democracy, all voices must contend. I thought that was one of the purposes of a democracy, that you have the freedom to criticize without being labeled. But when you criticize, them say you're political. Oh, Bali so must open my eyes. No, you know, it's a habit me have, you know, when a vibe lick me, you know, I catch a vibe, me just, you know, it's almost like when I close my eyes, me can see everything when me are saying written form. It's like that, you know. But folks, again, you know, I need you to just pay attention to what the government is doing, because part of being critical of the government is for the government to do better, to do a course correction. That is part of it. You know, it's not that you're being critical, trying to bring down any government. In fact, that is what one spokesperson for the government said to me, said that I'm an antagonist and I'm trying to bring down the wholeness-led administration. And I'm saying, how can I bring down the wholeness-led administration? The wholeness-led administration will bring itself down. I'm just identifying its downward trek. That's all I'm doing. Saying, look, you know, you're walking, you're going, you're taking this thing down. But it's nothing I am doing. The government is doing. I am commenting on what the government is doing. And when you do that, then so my advice to you is this: ignore ignorance. And in discussions like these, you don't have side mirrors and you don't have rear view mirror. You have a windshield. Just keep going straight ahead. Don't be distracted. When they come and tell you about it is the exchange worker program, it is third country arrangement, it is structured migration. Don't be distracted by that. The only question you have to ask them is this: the people that you're expecting to come from America, will they be deportees? Will they be in the TC deportee program, the third country deportee program? That's all you have to ask them. The 10,000 you're expecting, we know about the 25. But the 10,000 that you're expecting, will they be in that program, in the deportee program? And if they tell you that they're not going to be in the deportee program, then you say to them, well, why is it that we're not hiring our Jamaica First program? You said, by the way, America has an America First program. Yeah. Well, what about the Jamaica First program? Why aren't we hiring people here, people living in Jamaica? Why don't we hire them for these skilled positions? And if we can't fill those skill positions with Jamaicans living in Jamaica, how about requesting our brothers and sisters overseas who have the skill sets and they would like to come home? How about going to them? How about that? And have them return and do nation building before we go elsewhere. So anyway, the answer, it's a problem. Anyway, the answer. If they say it is a deportee program, then they say, no, the same program that, man. And then they said, no, they're not coming as deportees, they're coming on their own free will. And you said, then why is it then that if they have to come on their own free will, why is it that the private companies are not advertising to get them? Why is the government involved? And if the government is involved, why doesn't the government hire people in Jamaica first? And after that, you hire diaspora members before you hire people from other countries. Or as MS Dale said, hire people from the Caribbean then. But these are the kinds of problems you end up with when you deceive or when you try to deceive people. This is what happens. So, right, you're right. One of one, you're right. When the Prime Minister said that, he said that being born in Jamaica doesn't make you a Jamaican. It's the choices you make for Jamaica. Well, if that is the qualification to be a Jamaican, then guess what? The Prime Minister is not Jamaican. Ambassador Audrey Marks is not Jamaican. Minister Horace Chang is not Jamaican. Minister Dana Morris Dixon is not Jamaican. Minister Pernell Charles is not Jamaican. Pernell Charles Jr. Minister Kamina Johnson Smith are not Jamaican. None of them are Jamaican because that choice here, and sometimes it's not the only action, you know, it's inaction. And inaction, we find that on the part of Minister Pernell Charles Jr., and we find it on the part of Minister Kamina Johnson Smith. Them completely silent when they should be greatly involved. One, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, the other Minister of Labor and Social Security. And they're not involved. And the other, look at the choices that people are making. Look at the choices that they've made. They're not Jamaicans. They cannot be Jamaicans if you go by the Prime Minister's definition of what makes you a Jamaican. He said it. He said it on the debate stage with the opposition leader. He said, being born in Jamaica doesn't make you a Jamaican. It's the choices you make for Jamaica. Well, them are good choices them I make for Jamaica. Are these good choices they're making for Jamaica? Are these good choices? People, we have a long way to go. But we'll make it. I can see the tide turning with people like Kay Osborne, with people like Patrick Beckford, organizations like Advocates Network, bloggers like Mystic Sensation, Jeffrey Tavares, and others. I can see the tide turning. People like Sister Maria. I can see the tide turning. I can see the tide turning. People are getting fed up, sick, and tired. And as Jeffrey Tavares constantly says, you must be the change that you want to realize. You must be the catalyst for your own change. And we see the tide turning, and we believe that in the fullness of time, things will change. The Prime Minister cannot be Prime Minister for life. At some point, he will go. And he must understand that his foreign masters, they have a timetable on when he will outlive his usefulness to them. And when that time comes, he will have to pay the price. He will suffer the consequences. But we don't necessarily have to wait for that timetable. We can be a catalyst for an early change, doing things that are legally permissible, educating our people. Bringing light to the plight of the most vulnerable of us. Let the squeaky wheel get the grease. We must raise our voices in unison. We must raise our voices in unity and love. And when we do that, we will realize our greatness, our importance in the democratic process. And finally, the politicians will realize and accept that they work for us. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, students, I want to thank you for your time. Time, hopefully, well spent. And I wish that you will walk away tonight knowing more than when you joined us. And I look forward to Saturday, and we will go back over this topic because this is too important a topic to just do a segment or do a show. No, we have to present all the perspectives. And I'm promising you, I'm going to show you a perspective, the American perspective. We're going to come back to the Jamaican perspective, because we have to refresh, jog the memories of people. So we have to come back to this. But it's the only topic we're doing this Saturday. We're going to go to the American perspective and show you that we've been misled. We've been misinformed. We've been miseducated about this issue, not by the Americans. Not by the Americans, but by our own people. When you walk away Saturday, I am supremely confident that no one will hold a candle to you when it comes to this. You will be well versed. So brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, students, again, I thank you and I look forward to seeing you this Saturday at 3 p.m. on Reggae Global Radio and YouTube. Reason with Rattigan. Thank you for your time. OT, take me out.
No simpleton can disarm. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. How long them a gonna know say that them fire can't cool? How long them a gonna take our people for fool? Nah build no houses, them nah build no school. Think them up the handle but the most I rule. Them better stop criticizing. Cause what them a do now phase him. You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them a the one red crazy. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your
Jamaica stay. No light, no road, no food, pan we plate. People are suffer while Andrew live great. You stand up on the platform, smile wide and proud. I tell we about prosperity, but we can't see it all now. Hurricane come through, and left the people here. 6 months later, them still out there, asleep under the air. Their JLP friends them build high rise, road still full of hope. A whose pocket you a fill, while the nation lose its soul. Hospital overflow, picnic can't get bed. School roof a leak, but you want Juliet well fed. You always have excuse, always pass the blame. Every time something wrong, it never go in your name. Jamaica a drown and you claim you're unclean. Biggest actor in a politics we ever see. Wholeness, time to go, time to go. The people, we say no. 10 years and we can't take no more. You know you're us. We are not on the door. Wholeness, time to go, time to go. From Kingston to Negril, the people say so. We tired, we hungry, we done with the show. Wholeness, time to go. Farmer can't afford to plant food, price reach the sky. You bring in the poverty while your own people cry. We born ya, we grow ya, we bleed for this land. But Andrew at the top out extend the man. You talk about vision, you talk about plan. But 10 years later we still can't understand. Corruption report land and nobody charge. The people pocket small but the scandal them large. Who's crack up parish council bro? Country suffocate down and it just more. And when we raise the voice so call we political. But the truth is the truth and the truth is biblical. Time to go, the people. We say no, 10 years and we can't take no more. You know hear us. We are not on the door. Time to go. From Kingston to Negril, the people say so. We tired, we hungry, we done with the show. Wholeness our time to go. We no want no hype, we no want no speech. We want action, no not the lies you preach. Hurricane victims still under tarpaulin. Prime Minister fly gone foreign. Your JLP cabinet full, but the people covered empty. Oh, you live so large when we living so scanty. Not with fists, not with fire, but we voice them rising higher and higher. From every parish, every yard, every gate, Jamaica speaking and I'm not too late. Time to go, the people. We say no, 10 years and we can't take no more. You know hear us. We are not on the door. Time to go. From Kingston to Negril, the people say so. We tired, we hungry, we done with the show. Oh, it's our time to go. This one is for every Jamaican. What can't afford feet? We are sleep on cardboard. We are drive on broken road.